Hello, everyone. My name's Sergeant Z Dog. I'll be your host today. We will be streaming the semifinals match between me and Fourth IL Commodore today. I believe his name in game is Griffin Space. This is the semifinals for the latest Battlestar Galactica Deadlock official tournament, sponsored by Slytherin Group and Black Labs, and the moderators over on the Battlestar Galactica Deadlock Discord channel. If you would like to talk with us during the match, you can hop on into the Discord channel. There you go. There's a link for the official Battlestar Galactica Deadlock Discord. I stream Battlestar Galactica Deadlock pretty regularly myself. If you would like to join me on my Twitch, that would be So there's my Twitch if you would like to see me streaming more Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. I pretty generally stream on Saturdays in the morning and afternoon, two separate streams. Right now, I also kind of stream intermittently during the weeks as well. And so you can catch me then as well. I go ahead and encourage you guys hit the follow here on Slytherin Group if you like their games. They stream stuff pretty regularly. I think there's stuff going at like 6 p.m. GMT like every day this next week. When I was coordinating when this match was going to be with the representative from Slytherin Group, the schedule they showed me was just jam packed. So definitely give these guys a follow. I am going to see if I've gotten a response from Slytherin Group. Right now, I'm just waiting for my opponent, Fourth IL, to hop on, and he is offline at the moment. Hopefully, he shows up here soon. It would be a little bit sad if he forfeited by virtue of not being here. Let's see. It looks like maybe you guys are having some trouble. Let me check OBS, see how we're doing. OBS says stuff is getting to you guys just fine, though I have noticed in my replay here in Twitch, it does seem a little jittery. Let me bring up the video stats here. Only streaming at 720? We should be able to be streaming at 1080 here. Let's see, what do we got going on? Zero sound from the stream. I do apologize. The game, if I'm alt tabbed out into a different window, the game audio doesn't play to the stream. Thank you for the follow Scrubs play. Do appreciate it. Thank you everyone for following here here on Slytherin Group. We appreciate that. I'm gonna alt tab out back to Discord to see if I can get a response from Fourth Eye. Yeah, I think the audio issues are just because maybe I'm not holding my push to talk down quite long enough and just not having the game in focus. Definitely, if I get in on the next beta testing, that's going to be like my top suggestion is we need to get out of focus audio still working for the game. Honestly, Kangaroos, getting this game is an excellent choice. And since you only picked up the base game, it looks like if you want to follow my stream this coming Saturday, I will be giving away a Resurrection DLC key on my stream. You, what you'll have to do is I will ask a question about the first Battlestar Galactica Deadlock tournament, and the first person to get the answer right, I will give a key for the Resurrection DLC on my stream on Saturday. I am Sergeant Z-Dog. Fourth Isle Commodore is Australian time zone. I'm gonna be really annoyed if he fell asleep. I know I was talking to him earlier today for me. He was like, I was up till 3 in the afternoon yesterday. And I'm just like, bro, that's too late to be awake. You know, like you need to have been asleep and woken back up. So I'm worried he has, went to bed. Technically, we are now more than 10 minutes past the time, and this could qualify as a forfeit, but I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. It just, it feels, I don't know. I don't want to have to call, force a forfeit on our match in the semifinals. It feels awkward. So we're gonna try and give him a little more time here. Um, if that doesn't happen, let me see. Okay, well, set up OBS to capture my screen. Actually, I think it looks like. There we go. Okay, so I already have OBS set up to capture my whole screen. And we'll go ahead and um, we'll just start looking at some of the previous matches that have gone on in this tournament. I haven't seen all of the replays, so this will be kind of fun. I haven't gotten to see them all. This one here, this I think is a
I come every year to see the communities.
No light shining a light on Monterey's.
Alright, so this, when it gets done, will be Viking Wargaming versus Drakatan Rudy. And I'm going to turn up the game speed. Hopefully without accidentally fast forwarding the clock.
Let's see how this goes. I fear it may go poorly. But fingers crossed it does not. I have no idea. We will see. I don't expect this will be a very long stream. Certainly not long as the Star Wars ones I've been doing. There's like 7.
All right. Sorry, I'm having conversations with Sir Wagglepuss, who's kind of the lead tournament organizer. At the same time as I'm doing this, just because it's a little awkward. Like we're to be waiting on fourth AL.
Right then.
So I think right now we should be watching Viking Warrior's side. He's got, that looked like it was a Jupiter 2. Yeah, Jupiter 2, couple Atlas. Oh, I can just look up here. I'm a dum-dum. Couple of Janus. Lots of missiles.
Understood. Understood.
The Janus Low is an interesting take with the Atlas High. Usually when you've got Janus like that, you want to keep them high, both because they've got guns on the bottom and because kind of the common perspective is to have missiles firing from above so you can knock out enemy fire controls. But this could still work out for him. I actually know since Viking Warrior Gaming went on past this round to take on someone else as well, that he does actually end up winning this. But I haven't seen this match. So while I know the results, I don't know how well he does here. Lots of torpedoes. Fires it at the lead ship. Not really the best call, just because shots on a lead ship usually it's the scout ship. It's going to be the one most nimble, most able to avoid torpedoes. Although maybe some of these torpedoes were actually headed at this back stack here. Ooh, nice flak. One torpedo gets through.
Yes, Commander.
Which probably means that that's
Yes,
most likely a Manticore.
On it, Commander.
So in that case,
Not sure, where is his sweeper? There it is. Yep, he's holding back his sweeper. Good. I probably, honestly would have liked to have seen that sweeper moving up, setting down some preliminary chaff right away. Just because you don't know when the enemy's going to start throwing torpedoes at you. He doesn't know if this is going to be a nemesis and give Tratus locks. And of course, those Janus, they can't defend themselves from missiles. They're a little too far ahead of the Jupiter 2 for them to really benefit nicely from the flak.
especially against a Cylon player, but it also does give you an idea of what you're facing. If they throw up a flak screen, then you know you're facing Colonials.
Hostile unit
Oh, it's an Adamant. Okay.
Adamant Scout, I like it. You got to be careful. I don't know that I would have turned in with it, especially given how little front armor is on that, but that seems to have actually worked out pretty well. So these are 2 ARPs and 1 Raptor. Nice. And that's, looks like 2 ARPs and 4-ish Viper 2s.
On it, Commander.
Yes,
So I have to admit, he's doing the smart thing of
Yes, sir.
pulling a left-hand turn, bringing his already damaged left armor away. I would really like to see him have dived that down, because what's going to happen is this mana core is going to turning that far left, roll hard, and he's going to end up exposing his belly armor. And
Left core is taking damage.
mana cores just don't have a lot of. Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught that there. It's down into the yellow on its belly armor, which is pretty low. We'll see that here in a moment. Not. Oh, that EMP generator on the Adamant. Oh, that is a nice touch. That really takes advantage of the speed boost that the Adamant's actually got in this last DLC.
Missile incoming.
Combined with an Adamant's relatively high armor, it's a pretty solid option. You obviously don't get a lot of rate of fire out of an Adamant, but no, that's a nice touch. I'm kind of sad that didn't pay off better for Darakat and Rudy here. Kind of a bummer, but it was an interesting choice. And the Zadamant's not dead yet. I mean, I don't think it's gonna live. It's got no right armor, and its right armor is what's exposed. But
But I'm sure it'll be fine. He seems interesting. Not the decision I would have made personally, but
yep, torpedoes point blank out of the mana core. And here's that the bottom armor on that mana core down to 5. Yeah, it really took a beating rolling
I've seen this stack
and exposing that armor. So the Jupiter 2 to Atlas, always a very nice stack composition. Um, and then the Artemis. Not sure how I feel about that Artemis being off on its own there. Let's see. So what do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 fighters for Tarakaton compared to Viking Warriors 6 fighters. I have to admit, I feel like I like Tarakaton's fleet better. I'm kind of disappointed he lost this match. Like he had that bold EMP generator on the.
Squadron without dark.
I mean, he's got slightly better firepower with an Artemis compared to the two Janus. He's got flak to just flat ignore the Janus's torpedoes. Yeah, I mean, he's got the fighter coverage. I know he's going to lose this match, but I'm curious to see how, because honestly, I like his fleet better. I think a lot of it is going to be the Jupiter 2 that Viking Warriors bringing. Um, just flat out because it's nose on doing better. It looks like he's probably also got his
Missiles incoming.
ARPs. Yeah, oh, this is right here. This is what does it. Yeah, really didn't have flak or dodge the torpedoes with the Artemis. An Artemis at that range should not be getting hit by torpedoes. That'll do it. That's if you're not using the mobility of the Artemis. Plus, he's also, I don't know if you guys noticed here in the bottom of the screen, he's turned the rest of his stack away and left this Artemis all to itself. Yeah. Um, sacrificing that Artemis there, gonna be painful. I feel like Durakaton had the better fleet, but just didn't play this out as well as Viking Warrior's doing. Um, Viking Warrior, does he have all his fighters up? I feel like we haven't seen all of Durakaton's fighters either.
it's difficult to tell. Yeah, that did the trick. It's difficult to tell what's happening really amongst that lot. I think I might have lost that. We'll paint that target all the same. Oh crap, he's got tie down. Focus fire on that Atlas. You do still got 2 ticks till your munitions are reloaded. Oh, now I see all the chaps that this week are deployed.
That sweeper Jeff finally coming out. Yeah.
I come every year.
Would have liked to have seen that a little earlier.
No way.
We're gonna go ahead and mute that ad. Hello, Drogadines. That is a very weird ad. Like, at least with the sound off there. And now, wait, so he's throwing his chaff out and then he's also turning on flak? I don't know that I'd bother doing that. Oh, Taipans. Okay, so that's why we haven't seen all the fighters from Durakatan Rudy. It's because he had some Taipans in there as well. Interesting choice. Yeah, I feel like he probably would have been better off bringing some more fighters. He only had, well, I guess nine's actually pretty good. My fleet's got 10. The fleet I've been running. Definitely wouldn't have bothered firing the ARPs and the Taipans on the Janus, though. I probably would have been hunting the Jupiter, though. I mean, the Jupiter did have does have that flag, so.
Yes, Commander.
Yeah, the ads are annoying. I agree there. Isolated rainbow, especially, of course, when I'm only trying to, yeah, look at the view on demand to go do match highlights. Uh, Very much makes me wish that this had something like StarCraft's, replay system where I could just get the replay file from the people who originally ran the match. Oh man, look at that Atlas taking a beating. There it finally goes there at the end. Yeah, this match is pretty clearly decided. We've got Jupiter 2 on a Jupiter 2, two Atlas versus one Atlas that's already been forced to turn away, and then a Janus on top of it. Fighter battle is more or less working out. But it looks like those Taipans probably got slagged by the flak of this Jupiter 2.
Yeah, sweepers have guns, but they're not very good. But the fleet is still looking pretty damaged. Same with the Jupiter. Oh yeah, he just made the same.
I'm not turning away with the Jupiter 2. Maybe if he's going to keep turning around, get full use out of that rear armor into the left armor, then nose in with the top and front armor. But honestly, there's really no real recovery. It's really just going for kill counts here at this point.
That Jupiter Mark II.
Squadron's gone dark.
Yeah, I expected they would.
He's running away with the Jupiter 2, which is an interesting choice. Especially with torpedoes available. Don't know if the Jupiter 2 can really super well dodge torpedoes.
Yes, main guns on the problem. Also,
Missile tubes prepped.
yeah, we've lost fighters, but he's got barely any Vipers left on the field. So they shouldn't be too much of a hindrance.
I guess what he's probably trying to do is, oh, that Jupiter 2 still has a whole bunch of fighters docked up. That's what Viking War Gaming was just noticing. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to see those fighters coming out earlier. Obviously, Durakatan still has a couple of actual fighters out. If he'd pulled these out earlier, been using them earlier, this match would have gone the other way. As it is, that Jupiter's caught. The Atlas obviously not going to outrun anything here. Yeah, Durakatan, I think, brought the superior fleet. He just didn't quite play it very well.
But I think it might be too late. Especially once that Janus opens up, they'll probably bust Atlas's armor in its entirety.
Manticore is taking damage.
Yeah, there goes the Jupiter.
Yeah, there goes the Jupiter. Just torpedoes flooding in on this poor Atlas. I love this mana core that's just, oh god, it's down to 2 hull points. It's got nothing left. Viking War Gaming, yeah, I would have liked to have seen him pull this in a little tighter before. Um, just because he's got no left armor, he obviously is gonna take the loss here on that mana core. It would have been nice to see that thing survive this whole match. There wasn't really any reason for it to die at this point.
That was the
Janus
objective.
is taking damage.
There's his Titan out of ammo.
Oh man, nice.
Probably.
So, yeah, Directon kind of doing the right thing here. He's pulling that Atlas around, getting the left armor, the left face, which is just totally knocked out of the line. Oh, what? What are you doing? I guess he's decided to just give up there. Not sure why he started turning back again. With 2 Taipans and a couple arbs, he's got the firepower. He maybe could have pulled down that Janus before it could really score the kill, and then knock out the fire control on the Jupiter and score kills before it gets him. He might have actually been able to turn that around still. We'll watch the replay at least until another ad is forced to pop up here.
It was interesting that he kept his Titan and that dot until he was clear. I'm not sure what's going on with the Jupiter Atlas wall that exists, but yeah, that's a thing. I'm impressed that the Manticore survived as long as it did.
I love those stunned Vipers just flying away from because of the EMP generator.
Yeah.
Some wasted guided missiles there by Direkaton.
That anyone who plays Colonials has. We're forgetful.
Really would have liked to have seen Direkaton, at least launch all of his squadrons right at the beginning, even if he wasn't going to use them. Launching them all just so that they all would have been ready to go as soon as the enemy fighters were cleared. Even if you just like let them go intercept torpedoes or something, something. Also would have liked to have seen Direkaton, he kind of kept all of his fighters on plane even when they were making attacks. He lost those 2 squadrons of Taipans that way, going through the flak of this Jupiter, or his Viking Wargaming's Jupiter there. The Taipans especially go ahead and make a strike from above. They will punch through the top armor super quick and knock out the fire control subsystem on that Jupiter. So it would have been nice to see that happen. I did like his pulling back that weakened squadron of Vipers. A weakened support fighter squadron, you can handily have a disproportionately large number of fighter models left in the squadron relative to the number of hit points that are left, just because each one may have only a fraction of its starting hit points, and you can pretty handily have 3 or 4 fighters on 3-4 hit points, and that gives you a decent bit of munition interception capability still, even though you don't have many actual hit points to do a fighter battle with. It's a good use for squadrons that don't have a home to go back and repair to. So that was a good play he did at the end there. Let me see if I can find us another match here.
But yeah,
drop it in here. Yep, replay speed's turned up there. Ooh, I had to do a lot of waiting. There we go. We'll get hopefully some audio going here. Ooh, Kratos, Argos, 2 Revenants, Nemesis, and a Cerastes. I like. It's a good mix. Argos Tech Bay. So he's powering up that Tech Bay. Why is he? Oh, because he's got torpedoes. So this is probably one of those cases I probably would have gone ahead and depowered the hangar. He obviously won't get as fast a launch out of his squadrons, but if you're gonna jump and fire missiles, if you don't really need the evasion on the squadrons anyway, do full power to your tech bay and fire control on any remaining power into your navigation. This is an aggressive fleet, though. 2 Revenants, a Cerastes, and a Kratos. Like, that is aggressive. Lots of guns there for Cylons. It is your match, Isolated. And I think, Isolated, I think you end up losing this. Because I think Pig goes on to a match after this and you don't, I think. But honestly, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm really kind of guessing. But I like your fleet. Very aggressive. Not sure. Let's see. There's. You have an interesting variety of munitions I'm noticing too. Yeah, there's always a couple of things we should do better. If I have a match where there aren't 2 things that I should have done better, I probably am not looking hard enough for things I should have done better. You can pretty much always find 2 things that you should have done better. Micropig with the Gorgon. I think we see these Gorgons in his next round too. I think we saw. So I'm wondering I wonder if he's running exactly the same fleet. Man, yeah. I hope you're not even gonna bother trying to hit. You're not even gonna bother trying to hit anything with the mine at this range. That is too far out. Yeah, you're discovering the problems of trying to get. Oh, I can't believe you're even trying to go into this asteroid field with a Kratos. That thing is too big. It's too big. Don't do it. I have a feeling you're going to lose this Kratos here, Isolated. I hope you're not. Isolated, I hope this isn't one of the things you did wrong. Oh no. There it is. The red silhouette of doom. There we go. Okay, so that's a safe play. So we're not gonna lose it this turn to running the what is probably by volume the largest ship in the game into a teeny tiny rock. The rocks in this game don't play, man. They don't play. They will happily kill you no matter how big you are and how small the rock. I'm not sure I would have bothered with the Nemesis in your fleet, though, given the number of non-guided munitions you've got. I don't think I'd have bothered. You've got, so many torpedoes and stuff. I think I probably would have just left the Cerastes as my scout. Argo, wow, your fleets are remarkably similar. He's got more carrier capacity than you with the Cerberus and 2 Gorgons. I have to admit though, like I like your The relative fleet strengths, I would say, give you the upper hand. Uh, man, all the torpedoes he's got, though. I have a feeling those torpedoes are going to be what gets you here. Torpedoes on a crate is obviously just ridiculously good for its sheer ability to just dump fire out. Oh, he's going to have so many war drivers, though, and you've got nukes. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a nuke coming back at you. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's. I want to see this. What? I'm trying to decide. You going for the Serb? I could see going for the Serb instead of the Kratos. Just because you're hacking the enemy nemesis. I love it. Um, so mines on a nemesis are actually like not a bad idea because of course you don't necessarily want to devote really any CPU to your fire control. So there's an enemy war driver we see there. Is that an ECM on your Kratos isolated? I hope that's not an ECM. It was an ECM on the Kratos. Oh man, what are you doing? That is well, okay. I take that back. ECM does let you avoid hostile guided munitions, so I can see it. I can see it. Can confirm with Robot Penguin. There is no sound in your stream. Oh, you're gonna break off from the hacker. So I have to admit, this is I probably would have pulled off. You've got two war drivers over. Oh my, you've got three war drivers on your Argos. Ooh, no fighters. Oh yeah, yeah, you're just running straight up five war drivers. Yeah, I don't know about five war drivers, man. Don't know about that. Oh, now you're firing torpedoes at Gorgon. Isolated. Mistakes were made. Isolated. uh, I'm a little confused why Micropig not moving up with his fighters though. Like he could see that you only have five. He should have been able to ID at least most of your, if not all of your ships. Nice jump with the Kratos, by the way. Um, I think if I were to have played this fleet, I probably would have just, as soon as I ID'd everything, just gone in. Probably wouldn't have gotten these asteroids between me and the enemy in the first place. Heck, I say this now, having gone several rounds in this tournament, gotten a little more practice with this. I probably would, at this point, put my ships on the right-hand side of your deployment zone to avoid these even further. and pretty much just gone straight in. You've got so much firepower here. Um, between Though honestly, I kind of like your positioning. Like he's kind of driving his Argos pretty much straight into your guns. That works. It's gonna work out pretty well for you. I'm a little curious to see how you're gonna end up picking off the other. I'm not sure. I guess you could use guided missiles on the other Nemesis, but I think all of these defending squadrons are gonna be kind of the end of you. So torpedoes, yep, definitely really starting to unload from that Kratos. And I think this, yeah, common PC. Oh, it's a common PCM. It's not an ECM. I think I like the common PCM better. Uh, Unfortunately, that's not going to help with against torpedoes. And that flood of torpedoes is really going to be. He's just going to have so much higher damage output. Pig definitely doing the right thing and taking his time in these turns to figure out how he's going to pull this off. Because, well, I think. I mean, I guess I know he wins here, but this is your fleets are similar enough. He doesn't have just a hands down victory. Certainly not until he's pulled down your two revenants, probably even your Kratos too, but at least the two revenants. Um, his Kratos against your Kratos, his should win handily just because of the torpedo advantage. Um, I would have liked. Oh, he's got Vespids. Ooh, nice. Though, as I discovered in my stream the other day, two Vespids will not a dead Argos make. In fact, I think I used three. I definitely didn't kill it. I think you need 4 or 5. A bit bad at this game. Yeah, so this game. Some people have a lot more trouble with this game than others. You do kind of have to go in with a plan. Um, know what your win condition is going to be. How are you going to win the match? You can always use a fallback plan if that doesn't work, but if you don't go in with a first plan, it's not a game you're likely to do well at. If you're wanting to get better at the PvP stuff, I've got the first in a series of training videos up on my stream. And Fourth AL has a Cylon ship rundown on his stream. I'll have my own up at some point. But I've got how to build fleets already up on my stream. Should be on the view on demand still. Actually, probably only until tomorrow. Micropig making the mistake of firing the torpedoes at your revenants is pretty nice. And I'm impressed with how many, like, he hasn't. I think we've seen he's got multiple war drivers, but I don't think we've seen more than one of them have their bubbles on at a time. So, yeah. And I would have liked to have seen Micropeg using his fighters to destroy your war drivers.
Welcome.
Whoop. Didn't mean to jump that way ahead there. I'm a little curious as to why you're engaging with the nose guns of the Cerastes here on this Argos. Isolated. Like you've got, it has nose guns at least. It's got two nose guns, but you've got four on the broadside, and Cerastes will handle a strafe sideways into a target. It is maneuverable enough to do so. Unless you're just trying to let the broadside guns work on the Kratos while the nose guns work on the Argos. I could see doing that. Again, Micropig dumping torpedoes into your Revenants. I'm not sure. Not sure why he's doing that, but it's working out well for you. I have to admit, at this point in the match, Rainbow, I am surprised you end up losing it. Like, at this point in the match, it looks to me like you are winning. You're doing the right thing with your Revenants. You're taking advantage of the fact that he's not really engaging your war drivers. I don't know. It looks like you're winning at this point.
Welcome.
His fighters in the Gorgon that takes you out? Really? Oh, sometime in the next half hour, I guess. We're not going to do this match in real time, obviously, so it won't really be a half hour. I'm excited. I want these two Revenants, though, to kill this Kratos, just because two Revenants killing Kratos is somehow incredibly entertaining to me. Going above him, that's an interesting choice. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, to be honest. Um, Probably pretty good. I really would have liked to have seen the Nemesis hacking the Kratos or the Argos here, I think. You only get one light gun out of it. You've got a mine on it anyway. Um, like, I would have liked to have seen hacking from the Nemesis more than it trying to use its single light gun. Oh, where's this Kratos? Oh, there it is, way down there. All right. Uh, let's see. Man, with such a height advantage, and does he have any torpedoes left on his Kratos? If he has no torpedoes left, I think this is the point at which I would have liked to have seen you just diving in with your Kratos. With so many targets available for its 20 heavy guns, and he'd maybe knocked out your engineering, but you'd knock out his fire control and should win that engagement, especially with the his Kratos already softened up by your Revenants. But it looks like you're using your Kratos to defend against the enemy fighters. Don't think I'd bother. Scrubs, you've played one PvP game. Gotta play some more PvP. I know as soon as the tournament's over, Waggle will be down for giving people some lessons in it. And of course, you know, I'm always happy to do matches against whoever at whatever level of competitiveness you're at. Ooh, that is a nuke I would not have tried to fire. Oh, Rainbow, what have you done? Oh, man. I mean, I know you've got your own war driver here to bounce it back at him again, but oh, this is gonna cost you. I have a feeling it's already turned around and it's gonna smack your Kratos good here. It looks like he's hacking you too with one of his war drivers. That's just rude. That's just rude. I'm surprised to see him moving his Kratos in on your Kratos and Argos. I guess with the Vespids and the war drivers supporting, he's got the upper hand there. But honestly, if I were him, I would have been using the Kratos to try and get your two Revenants and save my Argos. Like, that would have been my move if I were him. But he won, so like I can't really fault him too much. Oh man. So there are some torpedoes left. Combined with that self-nuking provided by courtesy the enemy war driver there, that's definitely put your Kratos in a bad way compared to his. Your Argos has no hangar, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't have any war drivers either. Using your Cerastes to pick off these two Gorgons would be really entertaining. Not sure. I guess that mine's for the Gorgon there. Yeah, that looks a little better. Not much though. Mines are really hard to get right. And I think you're using you're not even using a standard proximity mine, so the arming time is pretty long. Makes it a lot harder, like surprisingly harder. A lot of munitions on that Argos. Not sure why it hasn't been firing them. Alright, let's see some spin to win on this Kratos. Especially without having any armor on that side and more torpedoes coming in. We need that spin to win. Oh, that's not enough spin. It's not enough spin. Goodbye, Kratos. Oh, and there goes your nemesis too, which is very sad. You're still powering your hangar here, which, you know, I've done that plenty of times though with my. Oh man, you've just got nothing left on this sucker. It's poor thing's just been hacked to nothingness. I love your Revenants just bravely picking away at this greatest. It just has so much armor. It's so much just mostly been staying out of range. It just doesn't care. You do take out the Kratos. That's good. I'm glad. Like, you really need to punish him for ignoring these two Revenants. Those were honestly the biggest threat you had to him, besides your own Kratos. And he's just ignoring it. Ignoring them, and I'm just like, what? What is he doing here? Like, these Revenants can catch up to everything in his fleet except for the Nemesis. And, I mean, honestly, we'll pulverize like everything he's got here.
So the Cerastes is about to go. I should have either finished off the Argos if I could, or not let the Kratos get all up in my junk.
Projectiles bearing constant.
Hey, you got your in-game sound suddenly working.
Argos hull compromised.
I'm gonna turn it down a little bit there.
By your command. Systems have been updated.
The enemy war drivers hacking. Like Micropig's Vespids and war drivers, it's just really taking the toll on you. Oh, this isn't even 2.5 speed. This is just 1.5. I guess you guys can't really see it. Teeny tiny print there on the 4K screen, then scaled down. But
that would be it for the Kratos.
I am kind of glad he's got the Vespids at this point, just because it'll help this match get cleaned up faster. Ooh, I don't know about getting that close with the Revenants. Like, your heavy guns to his heavy guns, you're about the same count. You might as well take advantage of the high accuracy of your light guns. Didn't anticipate so many fighters. Oh, Rainbow, what you doing to me, man? Should have seen all these fighters. All right, let's jump forward a little more here. He keeps expecting hordes of colonial fighters, but then he only brought 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, that's not right. 8 fighters total. Man, if you're only gonna... Nice. Oh no, that's yours dying, not his. You are getting real low on his Kratos. I have to admit, I'm not quite sure why. Like, you've got his right armor knocked out. I'd be elevating to try and stay on that. You can actually even probably fit a Revenant into the dead zone on a Kratos. Um, if you dare to get close enough.
Systems have been updated.
You know what I kind of want to see is I kind of want to see you FTL ram your Argos into something. You probably don't, but I think that's what should have. Yeah. No, come on, bring it. Are you gonna ram the Kratos? No, you're just gonna come right up under it. Yeah. See, this is where I would like to see your Revenants here on the right, staying on that right armor, trying to not get too low relative to him, so you can keep using your broadsides as well as your heavy guns. stay on that right armor face and just pull that thing down. You're so close, you're getting hit by... Oh, wow. Well played on him with maneuvering that Kratos around. Oh, the nuke! The nuke!
By your command. Launch sequence.
The cluster bombs that aren't going to matter, but I love them. Oh, man.
Distribution complete.
Yep. Definitely, at this range, you don't really need your engineering. So you've got like no top armor. You're diving in further, but he is running out of bottom armor. So yeah, I mean, if your nuke can knock out or severely impair his fire control, I can see this maybe still working out for you for knocking this Kratos out. Nukes are great fun. Like it's not you're paying a lot of points for not actually a lot more damage than you can get out of guided missiles, but oh man, they're great fun. I was looking at it the other day because Waggle was asking everybody, what they thought the worst of each thing was for each faction. And like colonial guided missiles are doing um, colonial guided missiles are 120 damage in the whole stack, compared to a nuke, which is 160. Didn't quite pull that Kratos down. I did like that you were able to hit the Nemesis there with torpedoes at the end. That was nice. There's weird things going on when you can hit a Nemesis with torpedoes.
So I didn't anticipate him bringing. I didn't anticipate him bringing 13 fighters, several of which were war drivers. So he just hacked me out of everything and jammed all Nemesis. And he even sent a nuke back at my Argos, so that was not fun.
That nuke! I completely lost track to what happened to that nuke. I'm assuming that nuke gets intercepted, but I completely didn't see it. Oh man, you hit his Gorgon with torpedoes. Oh, I love it.
My fighters only have 5 of them. I should have brought a Serb to help counter, but I thought the Serb was going to be okay. Probably should have just went with Cerberus for the extra fighters split. Probably still wouldn't have done very much, but
Slow it a little bit down. Slow it down a little bit. Down to 1 1/4 speed so we can hear what you're saying a little bit there. Yeah, I never did see what happened to that other nuke, but that's the one that's going to come back and hit your Kratos. Love that. Oh, it hit your Argos, not your Kratos. Okay. I thought it was going to swing back and hit your Kratos, but no. Just the torpedoes hitting your Kratos.
so you can have it out near indefinitely, and they have some pretty decent evasion, and they're kind of difficult to kill. And that was me trying to just get killing with any of my ships.
Well, it was an interesting match. It was good. Some good takeaways there. Let's see what else I can find for us.
Now, if I'm right, so Micro Pig, he should be going up against either Commodore or Tiny, and it will be Commodore. All right. So Commodore, good luck. Micro Pig, good luck in the next match. And one of y'all will be the semifinal bracket.
So this is this is just a replay. So this is just gonna be real short here. Let me make sure. Yep, playback speed's normal. He's even giving us a nice high strategic view. I like this. 2 base stars, 2 Serbs, a Talon, couple of Revenants. A lot of fighters here. He's got 2, 4. That's another 6 is 10. 11 fighters. He's got 4 war drivers, potentially. A lot of guns between 2 Revenants and a Talon. He's got a lot of firepower here. And who is this? This is Robot Penguin versus Tuss. So Robot Penguin gets the win here. I don't even know who's on which side here. Let's see if I go down. No, it didn't tell us in the description. Oh, there's something under this Artemis. What is it? Adamant? I can't quite tell. I think that's an adamant. Yes, that is an adamant. I do like this. I would like to see the Talon get in, have a little more fun here. It's got like 5 light guns, about as many light guns as you get out of a Revenant. But looks like he's losing that Revenant here. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, is that that's a second adamant. Ooh. So there's 2 adamants, 2 Atlas, a Jupiter 1, and an Artemis. It's a lot of stuff. At least 1 sweeper here. I think I would have liked to have seen him kind of held back a little more. Because he's got 2, 4, 6, 8. He's got 10 Viper 2s. It's as many Viper 2s as I bring. Just where he's got the Artemis, I've got a couple of Berserks. Honestly, he's got a pretty carrier heavy fleet. I think he could have, if he played it carefully, won the fighter battle versus the Cylons here. And that would have been pretty well done. As it is, he's down to this Artemis, which is already beat up, has heavy guns firing down into it. Heavy guns firing up from below. Yeah, there it goes. Atlas, brave fighters, but not really capable of soloing the match. I love this one Talon down here duking it out with an adamant. That's great. These Atlas, he's pulled them in a little too close. They're not able to fire with their broadside heavy guns. They've got 2 mediums top and 2 mediums bottom, which is a pretty nice bit of firepower, good for shooting at fighters, but the 3 heavies on each broadside is definitely what you need for going up against other capitals. A little too close here. But I do like this Adamant versus Talon still going down at the bottom of the map. I don't know why. The Talon really should have killed this Adamant by now, but it apparently hasn't. Talons, of course, have 5 light guns to an Adamant's 4, so a little bit more firepower. And 70 side armor compared to the 60 side armor of an Adamant. Looking at some pretty early matches here. These are mostly like round 1 matches. Just because I've already covered all the more recent stuff. So these are some pretty early matches here. I think this is Timey's perspective. You can see Adam Jock is going to be the host of the match. sure. Maybe Adam Jock had to get something ready.
I don't know if the audio is working.
Hey, we can hear Timey. I love his fleet names there. He's got so many tournament fleets readied up.
Let's go with this.
Oh, his fleet is very similar to mine. He's got 2 Artemis and Atlas instead of a Jupiter and 2 Atlas. But otherwise very similar to mine. Because he's got 2 Berserks, 2 Adamants. His layout is very different compared to mine. But he is hugging that left side like I've started doing.
I don't know. I am not so good at commentating, so... Let's see here. That's an interesting formation. First things first. Alice's armor, if I remember, is on the right fire control, so we don't want to turn to the right because that'll fuck us.
Yes, Commander.
Can I swear on my stream? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Never streamed before. Guess we'll find out when Twitch bans me.
Hopefully Twitch doesn't punish the other group
Sounds
for
like you guys
swearing
can't
here.
hear me.
I don't think they will.
Yes, Commander.
Let's see here. What else is there? Firing arcs, yes. That's whatever.
Adam Jock has a much more
I can spell.
classically set up fleet. He's got two ship stacks. Got 1
That
ship up
works.
high. I'm curious to see what his fleet is though.
Oh, dear.
I don't think I have no idea. I know Timey wins this because he goes on to a later round.
I mean, I want to
but
try to play a mind game here with him, you know? People's Cylons usually take longer to end their turn because they have to adjust their subsystems and all that. If I were to guess what he has, there's that rule of no 2 capitals, like, so I have to bring the 2 ARPs, Artemis, same thing, whatever, 2 Adamants and an Atlas. I usually do 3 Artemis and 4 Berserks, but I had to change it just for this. So if I had to guess, these 2 are the same, these 2 are the same. Probably some Battle Stars. That's either Janus or an Argos.
I think what he means
know
here
what
is
that could
the
be.
bottom
Maybe
2 in
an
these 2
Atlas,
sets
right.
are the same, and the
That's
top
what
2
we'll
are
do.
the same, so that these 2 pairs are the same ship
Definitely
types.
not a conventional,
But maybe not.
you know, jump in here.
I would
Okay,
guess
so
what he's
40
got is the
seconds.
bottom one in each of these
He
pairs
did it on
is a
40
battle
seconds,
star.
too. Oh dear. Oh, what are those?
Oh,
no.
mines. Those are
Oh
not
no. Proximities.
4 proximity
What
mines,
is
but they're way
this?
too far away to do anything. That Adam Jock
Okay.
showing a little bit of new player lack of
40%.
experience there.
Stabilizing? 1, 2. I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's in for a bad day if that's all the
I have a
fighters he
feeling
brought.
this is
So,
something like
what it's looking
a
like to me,
Jupiter and an Adamant, and a
Janus,
Jupiter and
Janus,
an Adamant,
Battlestar, Battlestar, Battlestar,
and 2
Battlestar.
Janus. No,
Why
this
has
is
he
this.
brought so many proximity mines?
He's got 3
You can't even get
squadrons.
them that
Adam
far.
Jock's got 3
And I've
squadrons
got
on
assault
top.
raptors. Or
I'm gonna
assault
turn
rap-
Timey
and
down a little
assault
bit
rap-
here.
Oh, you can't disarm with these. I'm stupid. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have a bad day then.
He says he's going to have a bad day, but he's way out of range for those proximity mines to get anywhere close to here. And
Paying attention
he
to
can
this thing.
flak them before they'll get in range to go off and do damage to him if it's really an issue. He is unable to disarm them because he doesn't have any sweepers or raptors. But yeah, it's not really going to be an issue for him.
Probably should have just
Um,
highlighted everything. Alright,
I
it's a bit
think
sketch
I
that
think
no one
Adam
launched
Jock has
that
got
many fighters,
Adamant's
so
down
I'm
below
thinking
so that he's got some
maybe
extra
they
munitions in
can
1
push the
squadron.
defensive pretty soon.
And up top is a Jupiter 2, which is 3 squadrons and munition. And then he's I don't know, probably something like a couple of Janus or something. Might be a couple of Rangers. We're gonna jump forward a little bit here.
Numbers going from 5 people to 3. Alright, let's watch him more closely to see if he's lowering. Oh yeah, his ships are definitely going down. Okay. Why is he launching the offensive with that many fighters? There's gotta be something going on here. There's gotta be. No way.
That is an awfully low fighter count to
He's
be
got,
going
like,
on the
1
offensive
or something.
against Timey's fighter count.
That's sketch.
Timey's got 10 fighters and an ARP here, which is quite a bit more.
Do that. Don't want to waste that movement. Alright, if he wants to come over here, I guess I can't really say no to that. Easy win for me, though.
Timey's very confident here. I mean, he probably can afford to be, but
Nobody said anything? Okay. Like, torpedo strike me. Alright, just in case, let's put all of them there. So they're sort of like mid-range. They can go counter, you know? These guys are flying in a bit of a wonky direction. Alright, let's not do those mind games anymore. Let's just hit end turn, whatever. He was waiting for me to end turn too. That's great. Okay. So I see 3 squads here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. The Vipers? They are Vipers. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. He's gonna have a very bad day. Oh my god. Alright.
so this is, I would like to be seeing Timey setting up his fireworks so that the Adamants and the Berserks can kind of shoot over the shoulders of the Artemis here.
That's barely gonna scratch him.
The
Like,
mediums on the
extra
Berserks and the
DPS,
lights on the
extra
Adamants,
DPS.
much better than the PDCs of his 2 Artemis at shooting down fighters. Also, Adam Jock's spreading out of his fighters
As
here,
long as these guys aren't gonna
kind
board
of a
me,
bad
I'll
idea.
just, like,
That's
screw
kind of
off
one of those
on
things
the
that
other
you
side.
have to learn through experience.
I don't know if I want to attack it.
Hey
It
Anthony,
definitely
how's it
covers that
going?
distance. So I guess I do want to attack.
I'm sorry we don't have a
Should I waste
live tournament match for you to see here this morning, Anthony. I do apologize. Oh man, Timmy's got a debris mine here. That's gonna really ruin poor Adam Jock's day.
Screw it. If we're gonna attack these guys with the fighters, we might as well do this. Attack these, like, flanking guys.
For those of you that don't know, Black Lab Anthony is the lead developer
Just in case he somehow
and
beats me.
CEO of Black Lab Games, which makes
Let's
this game, Battlestar
torpedo
Galactica
strike
Deadlock. So everybody should give him a massive thank you and round of applause for an amazing game.
Why not? 60 of them.
Oh, Paul, sorry, I'm brain farting. Anthony writes our amazing story.
I can't tell if he's actually waiting for me to finish.
I'm brain farting. Sorry, Anthony writes our amazing story for the game. Or does most of the story writing?
No?
Is that right, Anthony?
Okay. So he's up to something. I hope I didn't end my turn too early.
Writer and lead designer. All right. We're all excited to see what you've got coming up for us in these next few DLCs, though, Anthony. Like that resurrection story was a great intro to season 2, but I really like. You've got to. You're excited to see what you've got coming up too. You better get that writing done, man. You better get that writing done. You guys have already started releasing dev diaries for us.
Yeah, okay, proximities. Let's get out of here.
We.
Go, Atlas.
Oh, I don't know what he. Timmy, what are you doing here? These mines are not going to reach you.
Go firing at them.
Also, I'd
That'll
really
do a
like to
fair
see.
amount of
So this
damage.
is one of the situations where I'd probably be having
Let's chase
the
that guy
guns
with
from his
one
capitals
fighter.
targeting the
Get
ARP.
out of there.
All these fighters chasing that one fighter. He
We
really
did
better
it.
hope that there's no debris
Can.
mines.
Perfect.
Yeah, there you go. Don't even bother
Fatal
chasing that
one.
one.
Gonna aim
Come
it.
chase these guys. Anthony, you want to give us any teasers for the next DLC? Teasers, Anthony?
I think that's the right one. Whatever. And then let's send you to chase that guy down. And hope to God they have
Anthony will
proximity
reveal no
mines.
secrets, though, I'm sure.
Start
They like to
running
torture
into
us. Yeah, he
ships,
says,
so
nah. No, man.
can't
Gonna
shoot too
keep you
many.
guys waiting.
I'm
Can't
actually
spoil the
surprised
surprise, that's
how much
right.
did to this over one turn. Usually they have a better evasion stat. So maybe those are Minervas. They have like a worse evasion stat, I think. Let's see. Oh, no debris mine, I don't think. Just proximities. Okay. I can deal with that. Ship damage is fine. Ooh, that's gonna be within the radius. Owie. Let's not fire any proximity mines. That'll just hinder my progress at this point. If he hasn't got any debris mines, then I'm pretty much free to just melt his ships.
Well, glad you could stop in, Anthony.
It's
Thank you very much.
freaking...
Sorry we don't have
Anthony,
a live match for you.
what? I was not expecting that.
Look forward to
Okay.
talking with you next time, Anthony.
That's interesting. Where does Zoda ship go? Why are you going to defend? Go kill him. Do it now. Alright, you lower your ship. That's still gonna hit him, yeah. Damn it.
So what I'd really like to have seen Timmy do here, he's got plenty of time, so maybe he will, is knowing that this mine's going to hit the roof armor of his adamant, crank that adamant into full defensive to let it absorb as much of the damage as possible. I'm not really sure what he's doing with this adamant back here. It's just like, run away! Like, it's in pretty good shape. I would have liked to have seen it.
So close to a thing range. I'm might be a
Turning
bit
in, helping with
ambitious
its
here,
guns.
but I'm
He's
fairly
got him
certain
boosting around,
I-
making a wide
I've
turn. I don't know what he's
this.
doing.
These fighters have just gotten melted, and the DPS my fighters are gonna provide is gonna overwhelm those ships, even with flak. So here's what I'm thinking. That's a Janus. 2 of these are Minerva, 2 of them are Artemis. And we got the Manticore because he was low on points, which is default guided missiles. Or because he had the space.
I'm not sure why Timmy thinks his opponent has so many battle stars.
Yeah, see, it didn't even penetrate the armor. Why am I so worried? Why are you going back to our base? What are you doing? These AI are a bit loopy, I'm telling you. Actually, let's not raise our ships.
So the other thing I'd like to be seeing Timmy doing at this point is going,
Now, we're
well,
about to
my
go
opponent
flank
has
the
mines,
ship.
making approaching him difficult, and he has no fighters, and I have lots of fighters.
He's either gonna
I
flank
would
us
have
or he's
really
gonna
liked
take
to
the set.
see
I'd
him moving his
rather
fighters
take
above
a
these
chance
enemy
on this
ships
one.
and start doing diving
My
attacks,
Assault
knocking out
Raptor
fire
is not
controls.
being a little wuss
Um,
and go with the
he's
rest of
got
these
so
guys.
clearly a carrier-based fleet here. It would be nice to see him using it as such. Maybe having these 2 Artemis pick off this Manicore that's way above him, but
We're gonna be within
yeah.
range here, so let's open up on the main. Alright, required. Nobody's watching. Let's see. Twitch.
Oh, whoops. I'm sorry, guys.
If he
Didn't mean
hasn't got
to
any
rewind my
debris
clock
mines,
there
then
like
I'm
that. Let
pretty
me
much
try resetting it. Here,
up
where
to
were we?
within range. Okay.
Nope. Mm,
Doing. These AI are a bit loopy.
alright, almost there.
Hold on. Okay, cool. That gives me a bit.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So There's turning his ships
Have
away
him
like I
way
would
out of the way.
like to see.
Well,
Let the fighters do
just
the
in
work
case
here.
things go
Like, there's no
really
reason
bad.
to jeopardize his capitals here when he's got such a clear fighter advantage.
TP
Yeah, and
over
he's
him.
letting these Artemis
Do is any
shoot
damage
up into
there.
the underside of the mana core.
He might have the DPS over me if he's got Minervas. Not to out, I got put like a day or two. Even if I don't win, I still don't understand. Yep, flacking me. Okay, adamant. Okay.
I called that adamant.
Blowing my own mind stuff.
Oh, and he's surprised by it, but
Alright, those are some big flag
those are
units.
big
That's Mark
flags. Yep, I
Jupiter
think I
right
was
there.
right.
Mark 2.
It's paired
I
Jupiter
forgot that
twos.
there's Mark 2 even existed, to be
Don't attack
honest.
yet. You need to get well above. I hope Tommy pulls his fighters way up high here.
Adamant, son of
I don't know why he's. I guess he's.
a...
Is he
Alright, so
gonna just
primary
scout
target
with
should
that
be
one
the
adamant?
ones firing the
I don't know
flag.
why.
If we get rid of
Don't know why
these,
he'd be bothering.
good.
He's got that one
Big
adamant
flag
way out there. I
units.
guess that's just that he's got something
Use
out
your
hard to
fighters to
chase.
shoot the rest to bits.
In case he has to win by fighter advantage.
Who cares about a bit of proximity mine damage, honestly? These things are so
A bit
weak.
of proximity mine damage. It's like 60 points a hit or something like that. I don't know about a bit. But, you know, that's up to him. He's
Do we want the Atlas in the fight? It's gonna take a bit to get there. Sure, screw it. I wish I could have one
he's
with me so we could go over there.
this one adamant. I don't know what
Start
he's
driving
doing.
him around. He's far away enough.
I would not bother repairing that at
Wave 1 training,
19
yes.
engineering. You're better off
Set to the right
enjoying
target.
the
Just double
engineering
check.
you got. Also, I would
What are
probably
you
go
guys
ahead
doing?
and work on just killing the thing you've already got
Doing
ID'd,
poorly.
but, you know,
Let's
that's me.
just
Alright, climb.
chill.
No, what are you... I don't... Timmy, what are you doing, man?
Out
You're
of
better
range.
than this. Why? I don't know why he's running away with these. He's got so much strike
Oh,
capability
switch
here.
flag
Yep,
sides.
Jupiter.
Normal Jupiters too. Keep him
Oh,
flank good.
Minotaur.
This will
Okay.
reduce his point defense.
Nice. So he's...
Oof, that forward firepower though.
Yeah,
Hit
that
tough.
was already pretty weak, and this is a lot of guns here.
Let's not turn.
Adam Jack's 2, 4, 6 fighters, a couple
Could be
ARPs.
Adam Jock.
Yeah, he's got a
Yeah,
pretty
I mean, I
aggressive
guess he
fleet.
could be. I haven't even heard him talk yet, so.
Pretty aggressive fleet with the amount of guns he's got.
Honestly, be a bit surprised
Just
if he
because he's
does.
got, you know, a pure gunship in there,
Alright, let's
which
see if we can
for
get some
colonials,
DPS
once
in
you
here.
have even one, you're
Go
pretty
for
heavily
that
gun
level
focused,
officer
just
skill.
because everything else is already bringing a pretty decent gun armament. So I would have liked to have seen him play a little more aggressively with his fleet, especially with the mines. The mines are an interesting choice.
Our other adamant here can.
I mean, he's got a lot of mines. I would have liked to have seen him just generally be more aggressive.
That's a bit sketch. Is someone being naughty and watching the stream? Well, at least he's damaging his own Minotaur for me. And his adamant will surely be dead. Oh, this feels so bad. I'm so sorry. Okay.
I'm curious to see if Timey ends up winning this as badly as he thinks he's going to. I think he's got. I think Adam Jock's got enough guns here that Timey's gonna actually get roughed up pretty good here. I know he's already knocking out this one adamant, and this first Jupiter, of course, will be pretty beat up. And it's entirely possible that Adam Jock doesn't have Dratus locks on enough ships to actually do much damage himself.
This game is quite beautiful. It's pretty freaking nice. Like this structure over here, like what even is that? Alright, let's go back to the action.
Ooh,
He's
ooh,
he's
ooh.
flagging his own
This.
proximity mines as well.
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, look at this. All the fighters
Alright, my
just.
fighters just decided to suicide into
This is
his
why I was
flank.
saying you need to have your
Holy crap.
fighters come in from high
But
above the target. Oh,
that's
that
really
was
good.
beautiful. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh. If Adam Jock hadn't just lost his first Jupiter here, I would say dive in now,
Alright,
kill all
no,
these things while you have
looks ugly. Looks
gun
ugly.
advantage. Um, and this is where, man,
Why
if
did I
he had
let him
been
get
more
on me?
aggressive early on,
No. Down. You
as it is,
launch
Timmy's
yours.
probably got
Oh,
enough guns now to
yours is
just
bad.
outgun Adam
Maybe the
Jock here.
plants will flag?
2 Berserks, 2 Artemis. Of course, Timmy's done so
I need
much
to pull the
climbing with
arms on
his
there
2
too.
Artemis here. I don't know if they can actually bring their Battlestar artillery into bear.
Flag those. Fuck that.
Timmy does win this, but
Get you
oh man,
faster.
that one screw up there almost cost him this
I
match, I
never knew
think.
I was a pro gamer, Caden. Oh shit. That that Artemis did not survive. Most of our fighters might be able to resupply, assuming their capitals survive though. Alright, looks like he's focusing the fire on
God, I have a
his
feeling that these 2 Berserks are
Artemis.
going to do so
Which,
much carry.
what are you doing? Oh, your carrier is destroyed. Alright, you can go on a suicide attack then.
Yeah, these 2 Berserks and this 1 Atlas, man, are such a significant number of guns.
Let's get some extra long-range DPS from this adamant. Why the hell not? Launch those. My fighters didn't decide to fly. Yeah.
Yeah, we're pulling.
Yes.
Yep,
Okay.
pull down that
Should I
Minotaur
get rid of
because
that
2
damn
Berserks and an
flagship?
Atlas, quite a bit of guns.
Hey, I was right. He focused on us.
And honestly, I'd really like to see
A little
this Artemis
rotation.
just nose dive into
Get
this
rid of that
Jupiter.
Jupiter. Why do you
Um,
bring so many freaking
just because
proximity
at that
mines?
point that
That's not
Jupiter would be so badly beat up. It
Oh,
wouldn't
my
really be able to
fighters are
do
like
much.
already ripping
2 Berserks and an
such a
Atlas
lead.
can handily outgun a single Adamant. Yeah. Adam Jock has got this, but not nearly. Or Timmy has got this match, but not nearly the
I
margin
guess
of
you could
victory he
do
should
the
have had
damage,
here.
but you might as well do it to the adamant instead, because he's
He's
the
definitely
faster
showing the rustiness he
sniper.
got from not playing for several months.
I should have lowered my ships a bit more. I've
Yeah, he
been
just now realizes
losing this
his
match,
Artemis is way too high.
underestimating it. It will be my downfall at some point. If not this match, then the next. Ow, that hurts. Hurts so bad.
I really would like to have
Have,
seen
let's
him
launch those
pull
with the
this,
flagship.
especially this turn,
Let's
bring this Artemis to be nose in on that Jupiter, take advantage of the front armor that's in pretty good shape, the top armor that's in good shape, and um,
Can we
really
kill
let that
these
Battlestar artillery start
adamants?
weighing in on the fight.
His top armor is pretty banged up, so let's stay above him.
Yes, sir.
Why the hell not? Eh. Teacher, I have no idea. That's butcher. Oh, he flagged when I. Damn it. Rip Artemis, too. This is so sad.
Yep, that's what I was saying right there. So he lost what
You
little
should just
left armor he
maximize your
had.
damage. You're gonna
It's
die anyway. Like,
down
there's
to
no way.
13 all. If he'd have pulled in
Alright, let's
tight,
get our
he
fighters
could have
moving.
maybe gotten a ram in, do a whole bunch of damage that way. Made
I
use of the
want to
front armor on
neutralize that
his
Jupiter,
Artemis. Would have been much
like,
more devastating.
really quickly, because that flak is starting starting to become an issue, you know? Maybe we can get some rear damage on him with these missiles if we flank him a bit. Let's focus fire back on there. Perfect pronunciation. Oh dear God.
Props to Adam
That
Jack
pilot
for
commander wasted torpedoes.
getting good use out of his flak here, though. That was really well done. Of course, now he's down to
That's
just
GG
the
at this
one
point.
adamant, which is going to be completely outgunned by two berserks and an adamant, especially when he's
Missiles.
facing the wrong way.
Cylon magic.
Yes, sir.
you keep trying to click on it to see its damage, yeah. Oh my God.
Squadron target is confirmed.
And of course, all
This
these,
is really a
you know,
deep
now
damage
mostly
limit.
or decently repaired squadrons
Yeah.
able to
Alright.
contribute in on that gunfight safely with all the flak gone. It doesn't look like there's a replay of the whole match. Artemis doing 418 damage. Yeah, pretty nice, pretty nice. Feel like he could have gotten a lot more. Let's see if I can find one more. We still got another 18 minutes. So let's see if we can find another. I'm not gonna worry about
Could you email me
not gonna worry
the
about doing
correct
my
please?
first round fight because that was here as well. In fact, so yeah, if you guys scroll down, it should be like the very first Battlestar Galactica Deadlock stream that's available on View on Demand in here. I hope this resolution gets cleaned up. There we go, that's better. Quality. 720 is as good as it's going to get. Do apologize. A little blurry, not too bad.
This is going to be a match between Hellfire and his opponent. Don't know his opponent's name, but I will be muting myself for the duration of this. You'll be hearing his commentary to me, so apologies for any kind of confusion, but the game is about to begin, and now I am off.
So it sounds
Hi,
like we're
people.
from the perspective of not Fourth Ale, his opponent, which was who was it? Hellfire.
Yeah. Anyways, Yep.
Hellfire's got was that a Minerva?
He's running a
It
Cylon
is.
fleet.
Oh, two Minerva, an Artemis, and two Atlas. Ooh.
Yes, sir.
So that's an interesting. That gives him 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 fighters, but 4 of them have a really bad evasion. But he's got 5 munition
You're playing as a
slots,
fleet commander.
quite a bit of guns. I do like that.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
And of course he's got range advantage on the Minervas. So
Oh, that's 5 ships.
we haven't seen
Yeah, they're all stacked up on
what his
each other.
support squadrons are in the Atlas yet. Minervas, of course, have teeny tiny flak, and they're really big ships. They're not great flak coverage. I'm curious to see how Hellfire
I'm
does
kind of
with
stressed
this.
using a Cylon fleet, though. I fought him before on, offset.
Obviously,
On
4th IL,
but
given,
he
or
was a
Griffin
big fan of
Space, as he
using
is in game,
fleet on the
wins
Columbus.
this match because he's come up to the semifinals to fight against me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the planning phase.
So I know. I don't believe
And
Griffin
every
has changed his
turn we
fleet, so
have
this should be
3 radio
Argos,
segments, so 3
and
units can be
Argos,
planted out.
Cerberus, Revenant,
I
and
mean, this is the tournament
Nemesis, I
style.
believe.
I mean, we can have like small 8K, and we're playing the 8K.
So I have a feeling Hellfire's stack is going to be a little bit too tight in. He's not going to have enough of his guns able to shoot down because
So
his
he has
ships are
14
packed in a little
vessels
too
he
tight.
can fight. I have 10
Um,
Viper Mark II.
yeah, he has 10 Viper Mark IIs, but I don't think that's going to be... He's got Raptors. Those are fair. Raptor rockets, not super high damage, but not really damage you want to just ignore either. Um, Especially because you can just fire them and redock them into an Atlas on the same turn, so that you can basically end up firing the Raptor rockets every other turn. Not a bad amount of DPS. And of course, the boarding action can heavily debuff Cylon ships with the minus 15 processing power as well. Not going to do too much against the Argos since they pretty much always have their armory full power. But against the Revenants, which don't have a whole lot of processing power, or Nemesis, that's a pretty nice debuff. Curious to see what munitions he's got on, because he's got 5 munition slots torpedoes. Uh, so I don't know if he's figured it
So
out,
those
but I
ships that he has in back are probably Argoses. If I can get in close to them, I'll have an easy time dealing with them, but that's the trick, is getting in close to them.
if he's got 5 torpedoes, what I'd really love to see him do is dump all 5 torpedoes into Cerberus. 5 torpedoes all at once could probably knock out a Cerberus, but he only fired one off, so I'm guessing he's probably got like plane guided missiles or something, or maybe an armor piercing and a guided on each Minerva.
I can't stress this enough, but one of the most important roles for this is keeping a good handle over the enemy's small craft combat. Because if you just let them go, they're gonna wreck your fleet. And he probably has a couple of Vespid bombers in that mix too.
Kind of a bad assumption. We know that's almost certainly going to be 2 war drivers if you've only got 2 support squads. So lots of guided missiles coming in. If I don't see flak here, I'm going to be disappointed. There's no reason for those guided missiles to score any hits right now.
Doesn't matter much.
I have a feeling that those guided missiles, though, probably
Activate the flak wall.
Probably targeting the Atlas and up top, and a lot of that flak may well be. Oh, is he doing just a move? Yeah, move. Okay.
So talking to the string.
2 ARPs, not really enough to kill an Argos, so
yeah,
not quite sure what he's going for. I really would be, if I were him, trying to maneuver those ARPs to work on these 2 Revenants. It sounds like he already has kind of figured out more or less what Griffin's got, Fourth IL's got.
Me as well as my brother-in-law. We both greatly appreciate it. Have fun and be respectful. Thank you and goodbye for now.
What is he planning on doing with those smaller ships? Those may be Revenant gunships down front. I know those 2 in the middle at a higher elevation are Cerberuses, most likely. They're like a super carrier. They carry 3 regular squadron slots, and then they have a utility squadron slot.
Missiles incoming.
The Great Flak Wall. Oh no, they all hit the flak.
Yep, so Fourth IL did fire the missiles at the Artemis, which let all of those missiles go plunging into the Artemis, and it just didn't care. That works out pretty well for Hellfire here, but this is where I'm worried. Like, he's got these 2 Revenants below him. He doesn't have a lot of bottom guns. I'm not sure they're even all going to be able to fire. Like, he might have the ship below being in the way of the ship above. Yeah, I think this is going to be really bad for him. Fire control on the Minerva, of course, is unusual in that it is on bottom, not on top. And Minervas have actually less armor on bottom than they do on top. Actually, no, I take that back. I think they do have more armor on bottom, but yeah, I think this is going to be where it kind of all starts to go wrong. I think those Revenants are going to kind of pick apart his battle stars while they're still unID'd. The fighters should be able to ID this stuff this turn. I'd really like to see some focus fires set. Okay, they are set. Ooh, I don't know about that turn though.
Yes, sir.
Don't know about that turn, man.
Missiles incoming.
I guess it does let him bring a new armor facing in, which does help out quite a bit. But oh man, defensive posture. Ooh, I don't know, guys. I think some mistakes were made here, and they have already been made, and it is too late. Yeah, you can see Revenant's not too terribly fretted by that. And this first Minerva already down to 80 hull. Yeah, double guided missiles.
Fire control offline.
Yep, fire control's offline.
Alright, that's weird.
Because, oh, actually that.
Okie doke.
Oh, this is a GUI bug. He's got the subsystems of a different ship showing. GUI bug usually ends up happening the other way around, where you're clicking on a ship that's got subsystem damage, and then you go to click on one of yours, and it'll still show the damaged ship's graphics. Where are those raptors? Because I would pair of raptors, one raptor on each of those revenants would really make a huge difference here. Obviously, at this point, it's kind of too little, too late. Vipers, kind of annoying that he's targeting these one at a time. He hasn't just set them into a squadron grouping. Raptors, ooh, where are they going? Chief Ducky has an ad going. Good for him. Really would have preferred to have seen this as just given straight up boarding actions. And again, as I said, the Raptors on boarding an Argos not going to do a whole lot. Set the torpedoes, but fire your guided missiles, man.
Bugging war drivers.
Ooh, yep. Okay, so he did fire the guided missiles on the one that could, but obviously that war driver redirect 60%. And here is that armor piercing and 2 guided missiles coming in from one of these Argos here. Should be able to catch most or all of this on the flak. But that's yeah.
No, those are regular guided missiles. It's crap.
Oh, those are all regular guided missiles. Interesting. Guess 4th IL didn't quite have the points for the AP missiles. And now you're kind of bored? Alright. Would have liked to have seen the Raptor rockets fired as well. But oh well. I think the Raptor rockets do something like 16 points of damage.
Understood. Yes, sir.
We're kind of running out of the end of our... was that a
Fine.
collision warning?
Hopefully I did not just completely botch myself.
I think you did. I mean, I think this match is kind of already... Oh, okay, that's just because this one Minerva's... It's saying the top Minerva is going to run into the bottom Minerva because the bottom Minerva hasn't actually blown up yet. He'll be fine, probably.
Yeah, Gryphon. I hate war drivers.
So we're going to kind of jump forward a little bit here.
From the,
Griffin really taking his time this turn. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I already lost. I lost the bottom battle star.
Oh yeah, he turns the wrong way to intercept that. Oh, he didn't even turn flak on. Just takes the hits. Looks like it wasn't quite enough to punch through his top armor, which means he didn't lose any fire control. But of course now he's got good angle for the flak test turn. That Nemesis, of course, doing an excellent job providing yet another angle
Yeah,
to
there are these
fire
little blue
missiles from.
circles running around.
Um,
I
oh, it
hate war
looks like he
drivers.
did kill off the first Revenant, and he's starting to work on the other Revenant, but uh, I would have liked to have seen him targeting this war driver first. You always want to shoot at the war drivers first because one of the few advantages that Colonials have is that they can get higher evasion with their Viper 2s. And the Viper 2s are, of course, much faster than Raiders, especially Raider prototypes, which these mostly are. All of these ones are. I don't know if maybe there's some. I don't see any Raider Mark 1s down here. I thought he had some. But yeah, most of the advantage comes from evasion and higher speed. War drivers just take all of that away. Yep, we did kill off one of the Revenants, so it's down to just one. I mean, if he can win this fighter battle fast enough, he could hold back some of his fighters to defend the 2 Atlas and just do long range strikes with his remaining fighters. Heck, even just the Raptors over time. Again, with those Raptor rockets, will pull things down. So yeah, I don't know, buddy. You made some mistakes here, man. I feel like you could have won this, but you have made some mistakes. Especially since Griffin did not use his 2 Revenants to help the fighter battle at all. Yeah, look at this. The battle stars, with the heavy amount of firepower you get out of that Minerva,
So both of
pulling
those are
it
dead.
down. He's got
Pretty even at this point.
he's got 3 of his Viper
Except for
2s
the
left
status
from the
of
Atlas. I mean, he's got this one left,
fighter
but it's
now.
gonna die. Of
He's
course,
still
I
got
don't
quite a
know.
few healthy Raider squadrons.
He's got this one's at full health, but of course its carrier's
Which
dead,
is
so it's
not
missing
too
even the
good.
bare 15 evasion it gets.
Nemesis. Really?
I don't know why I didn't realize that was a Nemesis. Is that's a Cerberus that's almost dead? I'd like to see that picked off, just because that means, of course, the evasion there won't happen. I like the war driver that 4th IL's got doing the hacking thing. No fighters down here to protect
Oh
them
yeah,
from
he's
that.
well within Atlas.
And with it being right below, there's no good gun angles to pick that war driver off.
Yeah, that was seeing if they're in my gun range and all that. All that.
Everybody giving me grief in the Battlestar Galactica Deadlock
Squadron right under my head.
Discord general chat saying I have to beat some reserve players to make up for the win against 4th IL. We get a response from 4th IL finally.
Oh no, it's
On it, Commander.
I'm sorry, what?
So I would have liked to have seen
Yeah, I do.
Hellfire. I don't know, either moving his 2 Atlas down to engage these 2 Cerberus, or holding them back.
What is really killing me right now is this Nemesis right here. And the angle that his ships are at.
Using Atlas to pick on the Nemesis, I love.
Just
That
did
is
a
great.
massive blow to my freaking fire control on my Artemis. Why is this Cerberus is so damaged?
I wonder if these Cerberus ran into something. Maybe even each other? They're both taking a lot of damage, and he doesn't know why, so I wonder if they ran into each other. I'd really like to see this Artemis just go full defensive, do its best to try and get the... Yeah, there you go. Keep climbing with it, try and get the flag in the way. Honestly, he needs to run back, play for some distance.
Absolutely everyone.
Squadron target is confirmed.
What am I doing?
We are currently, 4th AL, looking at your first round match against Hellfire.
Oh no, I did not play that one well.
You didn't. Letting the Revenants go in against those against those Battle Stars from below. I mean, they did some damage, but I don't know that I would have done it. Just because I don't know that they seriously outgunned, that your Revenants really actually outgunned 2 Minervas and an Artemis. Obviously, they didn't. They lost.
Come on, Flack. Come on, Flack.
It was a bit of a yes and no.
Excellent.
I don't think I'm going to stop saying that for a long time with the way things are going. Because he stacked them.
Yeah, honestly. So I was actually just saying, like, he had them stacked so tightly. He had them stacked so tightly.
What made me think I could go in.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't know that the guns from the ship above are going to be able to shoot down. Like the ship below might be in the way.
They did not, but
no.
PDCs. It was probably too many PDCs.
Yeah, there's a lot of PDCs there, and of course you get, I think it's like 5 heavy guns on a Minerva. So, it's a pretty good number.
Yeah, 5. So once I reached that one, it was not the easiest one to deal with. Especially facing.
Understood.
I have to admit, I kind of would have liked to. I feel like Hellfire really could have won this once he knocked out your 2 Revenants there. If he'd pulled back his Battle Stars, had his Atlas hide behind the flag as much as possible. Of course, I don't know. It looks like he's losing the fighter battle.
Squadron has gone dark. Minerva is taking damage.
Crap.
Mark was muted somehow. But yeah, that's why I took out the Nemesis. Didn't serve all that all too much, and the few extra rated prototypes would make that fighter battle not go quite so badly.
Yeah, I mean, he did you a huge favor here by not targeting the war driver right off, especially because you had the other war driver was
Oh, I know.
way out of position to get into the fight.
That's actually just the thing I've been doing now, just having a war driver follow around the revenants, wait and get into the fight later on.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's the right decision to do for sure.
Just at a point so that it might even survive the fighter battle. Because if someone sends something out of their way to target it, it's probably going to get messed up. Especially if I happen to accidentally already be focusing fire on it with my squadrons and revenants. Because that basically translates to free damage.
Yeah, and I would have.
I should have gone
Like,
to bed at 3
he
a.m.
has
like I
his
planned.
Raptors board your Argos, which, you know, obviously doesn't do the most. I would have liked to have seen his Raptors boarding your Revenants.
Yeah.
Would have helped him
I was
clean
lucky I
that
came
up
across the bad
earlier.
player in the first round.
Yeah.
He's not that bad, though. It's
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of
most
things
players.
right. He just, a few too many mistakes.
Some few critical things here. I just saw a stack of the 3 battle stars, and none of them were Jupiters, so I thought lunch, but it was not lunch. But it also was at the same time, because because as you said, yeah, I did a lot of damage. Didn't quite work as intended, though. Although some maneuvering around some asteroids does eventually win me the match.
Hey, Waggle.
Hi, Waggle.
Hey, Z-Dog. Hey, Fourth. So, I take it you're still live at the moment, Z-Dog?
I am still live. For everybody here who doesn't know, this is Sir Wagglepuss III. He is one of the moderators with me over on the official Battlestar Galactica Deadlock Discord server.
He's also managing the tournament.
Yes, he is the lead judge and manager of this tournament. So he has come here with an announcement.
Yeah. So, basically I've come here just to let everyone know what the official ruling is going to be on this match so far. So, put it simply, Fourth, you have turned up 2 hours late, so the first round goes in favour of Z-Dog. For the best of 3.
That is coming off very kind. Thank you.
Now, at Z-Dog's discretion, what will happen here is round 2 will be played now, if both participants are willing, or the next round will be rearranged for a further time, depending on how that played out.
I believe I'm willing and able.
Given that Griffin is ready, we'll go ahead and run our second round match now then.
Just going to get in my PC first.
So, just so everyone's aware, official result for the first round of this best of 3 is that Z-Dog has taken the first round.
Which is very kind, thank you.
Alrighty then, so I will go ahead and close out your match that's between you and Hellfire, and we'll get started on our second round match. Let me switch OBS back over.
It is pretty late early in the morning for me at this point, so I'm going to be heading off, but yeah.
Yep, 2 a.m. for you if I'm not mistaken.
And change. So,
yep.
Good hunting to the pair of you. If there's any issues, drop me a PM and I'll resolve it in the morning. Otherwise, you know who the staff and the moderators are to get in touch with.
Sounds good. Thank you for being around and available. Have a good night.
No worries. Bye, guys. Bye, guys. Waggle puss out.
Have a good night.
All right. Fourth Ale, why don't I go ahead and host, because I know you're on that lovely Australian internet that can sometimes be just a hair flaky.
And the only issue that I find comes around is if my internet stops working. So, you know. But you're also the one actually available, so yeah. Give me a sec.
Yep, you're fine. I'm going to go ahead and get this match hosted up. We need 8,000 points, 180 seconds, refinery. And I'm going to go ahead and drop another announcement into Discord. Okay, so that's it. Well, we're here and waiting for everything to get started. Once again, my name is Sergeant Z-Dog. I am the host of today's stream. You will be seeing the battle through my perspective.
I too
We are
am streaming though.
Yes, Fourth Ale is probably also streaming his perspective as well. He's actually just dropped it in the Battlestar Galactica Deadlock Discord general chat. If you want to see that, let me go ahead and get you guys a link to the Battlestar Galactica Deadlock Discord.
Mainly up there for a VOD and for people to go back and see some decent Solon gameplay. Hopefully. I don't know, I haven't played it in a while. Yolante's playing today.
Don't forget to get your screen grab.
Already did that.
Alright. And I've also dropped a link if you like seeing me go up against other people in Battlestar Galactica Deadlock or playing Battlestar Galactica Deadlock in general. You can follow me on Twitch, and I play regularly as well. We are doing round 2 of the semifinals here for the official Battlestar Galactica Deadlock tournament.
What you were basically watching for the last 2 hours was round 1 by me being late for 2 hours.
Yes, we were enjoying lots of mostly round 1 matches between people.
Remind me later to thank Kogan for waking me up with a SMS message.
Yes, sir. Got it. So say we all. I'm on it, Commander.
You changed your fleet up a little bit. You don't have
That-
the point ship, which I'm guessing. Well, you've changed it up
The
from round
Nemesis was
1.
taken out after the first round.
Yeah, I was say I'm guessing this is a missing Nemesis.
Yeah. Because the points it took away really screwed the fleet.
They did. They did indeed. Yeah.
I love the Nemesis, but damn, did it screw up the fleet.
Yeah, and we're gonna see now if I can punish you for not having that extra Dreadus range here.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
I don't like it. And if necessary, I can always move up the Argos and use their Dreadus range. I'm not joking. They have the best Dreadus range in the fleet.
Are they better than the Cerberus, really? I mean, I still think that's a darn foolish idea, but...
Remember, the Cerberus has 5,800.
Does it?
It's
Oh, man.
Its gun range, yeah. This is something you came across the other day.
Early jumps by the Argos, nice and competitive. Definitely what I would expect out of.
This is why I have my music down so low normally. I feel like all my volume settings have been reset. It's really loud today. Yeah. Or I just never.
Okay, you do
remember
have
to
all
change
4
them.
squadrons launched out of your Cerberus there. Couldn't see them. I was like, what?
So say we all.
Oh, that fleet placement for the Phobos jump rams. I remember that now.
Say we all.
Yes,
Which the funniest
but I
thing to me
decided...
is that the person you wanted that against didn't even use it against you.
He didn't. No. In fact, I'm trying to remember.
Which
Didn't
is
he end up
simultaneously
bringing
satisfying and
colonials?
disappointing.
Yeah, he ended up bringing colonials
Yes.
anyway. So
I remember your
wasn't even
matches better than I
silenced.
remember mine.
Yeah, and I mostly decided to pretty much stick with it because I realized with 10 fighters and 3 support squadrons, this really is a carrier fleet. So running away is really the right way to go anyway.
I have a more balanced fleet here personally. And I'm the
You
Cylon
do,
player.
you do.
Which is that's the confusing thing. I'm Cylons and I'm the one with the balanced fleet.
Yes, Commander. I'm on it, Commander.
You know, I already know what these ships are, which ship is wearing the stack, and what they have as their loadouts. It's the funny thing. You also probably know the same with my fleet, though.
Yep. I think we both know exactly what the other player has. For the viewers, so this is probably 2 Argos, 2 Serbs, 2 Revenants. He's going to be running War Drivers in his support slots and his Serbs, Raider Mark 1s. He may or may not have AP missiles, and I think that gives you enough points for like one more Raider Mark 1 on one of the Argos or something.
Doesn't.
Doesn't? Yeah. This is kind of relieving because I was worried you were actually going to bring a different fleet. But this means that I can run my plan.
Got it. Yes, Commander.
This is where assault and anti-scorch ammunition would come in handy.
Yeah, that's fair. No movement on your squadrons that turn? I feel like that was a mistake.
on it, Commander. Hostile unit identified. Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. IFFs have come back hostile. Yes, sir. Squadron is taking fire. Got it. Friendly squadron is dark. I'm on it, Commander.
Crap! I'm late!
It's gonna take more than that.
I'm inbound on your starboard. 7 high 10.
I'm on it, Commander. Got it. I'm on it, Commander. Got it. Missiles incoming.
Turkey right 1, upper 3. I'm committing.
But to enjoy it when someone starts playing Terraria, just as you're scrolling through squadrons to select the correct target.
Enemy squadron is dark. Got it. So say we all. Deploying countermeasures.
Solution updated. Target acquisition maintained.
Break! Break! Break!
Yes, Commander. Yes, sir. Got it.
Squadron battle's coming out closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Got it.
If it hadn't been in your airspace,
That's something I try to make sure of.
yeah. As it is, I think it's close enough. I don't care.
The whole goal of Revenants is be there so you can kill capital ships, but your main job is ridiculous anti-fighter. Also Draitors.
Yeah.
And I got a bit Draitors hungry early on.
Yeah, I feel like I probably should have just pulled my fighters out after I did that strike on your Argos at the beginning. But I think this will work out for me still.
I'm on it, Commander. Yes, sir. Adamant is taking damage. System repairs underway. Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander.
Yeah, I was not expecting to win the fighter battle, so yeah, this could have gone better for me.
I'm on it, Commander.
I knew from my tests previous to this, like, the winner of the fighter battle was going to be the person whose airspace the battle was fought in.
Yeah, that's pretty much always going to be the case. That. I feel like that's something that we both knew going in.
Yes, Commander.
Would have helped to not lose the Argos.
Adamant is taking damage. Lost an Adamant, sir. Got it.
Optimizing firing.
Switching gun to manual. Firing
Adamant is taking damage.
Whoa. Did
Game, why?
You just bumped
It
your two
lied.
revenants. Whoops. Well,
You'll
that
see
was.
on my stream it was green.
Well, yeah. Desyncs happen, I guess. Oh, if this wasn't game before, that's definitely game now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because I kind of needed that to kill the other Adamant.
You did. You did. Mm-hmm.
Once I had that, I actually had a chance of winning.
Deploying countermeasures. Got it.
It's happened to me in the first round as well, but it was with my Cerberus.
Did it? Okay. I noticed that and I pointed it out and I was like, that looks like his servers just booped, or that his two servers booped each other.
I'm extremely angry right now.
I mean, I think I had this anyway, but that definitely
No,
sealed it.
I don't think you did.
You don't think?
You did. I still have squadrons left with carriers, so
Well,
and the Argos and the Revenants just running in two different directions.
Well, so your Revenants weren't shooting that turn anyway, which means this turn you were gonna lose this squadron that you're losing now.
Oh yeah, he can't
I
put there
had
anyway though. It's from the dead Argos.
enough. Yeah, but like I had enough. Well, what that means is you're down to your last two squadrons, one of which isn't even here in the battle right now. ARPs are already firing
Yeah, I see
missiles
that.
and knocking out the fire control on the Argos.
There was a chance if I played it well. There is no longer a chance because a third of my fleet just decided to self-detonate.
So say we all. Adamant is taking damage. So say we all. it, Commander.
Are you kidding me? It hit the rear again.
Not much. Mostly that hit your engineering.
So say we all. Got it. Yes, sir.
And please, I have the desync missile, or is there a missile still going after the adamant for you?
No, it's desync.
Yes, sir. I'm on it, Commander. Missiles incoming. Recalling squadron.
And now I have a crap ton of diving to do.
And just separate the Jupiter Atlas stack. And that work as I'm going up towards you.
Yeah, but you're still well below me, and I have a lot of diving. I guess if I get the one Atlas out from under the Jupiter, that gives me 6 Battlestar artillery, which is, of course, a lot.
Yes. You know, if I didn't predict the Squadron battle wrong, I wouldn't have even moved up my Argos as far as I did.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that cost you. Like,
I predicted me losing something, and that caused me to lose, which is ironic.
it is. It really is. I appreciate that irony quite a bit.
Yes, Commander.
Honestly, I thought I'd do better at that Squadron battle, but, you know, that's alright.
Revs are amazing.
They are, yeah. No, the light guns doing work there.
Now, what I didn't take into account was that as the Squadron battle moved on, the Revs would have a larger and larger effect on it.
Yeah, they do. It is definitely an easy thing to forget about.
Or my Raiders would scale down as they lost members.
Yeah.
Revs don't.
The Squadrons scale
Unless if they
down,
die.
but the Capitals, of course, you know, stay constant.
They do
end up
not. Unless if they die.
Yeah. If they die or their fire control gets shot out, then obviously they lose effectiveness. But as long as one of those isn't the case, they end up doing, you know, just as much damage.
Got it.
Can you do me a favor?
Uh-huh.
Just send that adamant charging at me, and my life will be complete.
Dude, you have to work for this. I mean, you can definitely get it. It's got some right armor, but the bottom is, you know, shot out and.
Yes, Commander.
And of course, once you shoot out the right armor, it's only got 23 hull points. Heck, you might be in range this turn or next turn.
And then it will occasionally hit the top armor. That's just how adamants go.
Only if I turn right into you.
Even then, it's just some of the way the armor meshes.
That's true. I suppose, yep.
Because some of the top armor is on the sides. Just mainly in that ridge where the guns are.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah, you got a hit on there.
Got it.
Oh, great. Nice little graphical glitch.
Graphical glitch I've been noticing with a select target or the multi-select. You just see damaged subsystems on other ships sometimes.
Yep. Yeah, that actually happened to your
Simple, just click
opponent,
off to another
I
ship.
think it was in that first round.
Happened
Hellfire
with
had
my
that
Argus.
happen.
But I just click onto a different ship and go back to the one I was looking at, and it fixes it. Currently, yeah. Currently, you're having the what I like to call the Talon effect. You still have side armor, but it's a different armor face that it keeps getting hit.
I mean, you're hitting 24 point. I'm down to 24 on the right. You're mostly hitting the right armor still.
Yeah. But I'm also slowly chipping down that
Yep, no, that's fine. I mean, I would expect it.
Yes. This is what usually happens to our talents. But it's even worse because the rear is even bigger. And misses like hitting towards the rear, or shots like going towards the rear of a ship. Usually, they're barely hitting.
Yes, sir. Yes, Commander.
Ah, the adamant survives. Alrighty then.
Probably should have launched my radar earlier on.
Yeah.
That's me out of the tournament match. But I'm start Space Engineers up next week then. Actually, no, this week because it happened on the Monday.
Let's go through this replay.
Got a.
Nice little ball of Raiders.
I just realised. Yep. Gotta stop streaming and go to the highlights real quick.
The Raiders look really cool flying together in a group. I love how these things look. Of course, it does help when they don't like overlap each other, but you know, whatever.
I have to change my stream name.
Whoops. A lot of maneuvering in these early turns here. Yeah, I definitely should have pulled off my fighters instead of going in for that fighter attack. Like,
Oh no, that was probably what. If I had just not thought that I was going to lose the Scorching battle.
yeah, if you hadn't closed in with your Argos, I'd have been in a bad way. I would have been stuck trying to close on either the Argos or the Revenants and win that battle while holding off the fighters. And I'm not sure I could have done both. Not without
Yeah,
my fighters.
especially I could have healed up on my fighters a bit as well. And given them all evasion. No, I screwed up.
Oh man, you do have... Like, I'm watching even during this fighter battle, you've got your revenants right on top of each other.
I know they're generally close to each other.
Yeah, I
Closest
just...
stacking without stacking.
Like, a little more spacing definitely would have done you well.
I just want to I just like the mesh actually will informing me that it's going to crash this turn.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't really rely upon that in PvP. This PCMs did not do as much for me against your Argos as I was expecting them to.
You don't. It's because even if you take out half the salvo of one of them, there's a second one.
Yeah, no, I just like if you go back and look, it didn't even knock out all that many missiles, really.
Yeah. But it definitely blunted every salvo.
It did, but I mean, I think the biggest one only knocked out like 6 missiles, which I guess isn't terrible, but you know, it's not nearly against an Argos the chunk of missiles I would have hoped to have knocked out. So I'm right about to see this collision. Oh yeah. Yep. Ooh, yeah. There it is. Yep. Okay. Yeah, if you hadn't turned right, or at least set the, let them get a little more spacing between each other during the turn. But the nose of the one just hits the engines of the other.
Yeah. That's also a good example of the inertial drift that is in the game.
Yeah. I feel like I probably also should have, that first turn when I fired the ARP missiles, I should have held off till I shot your war driver out with the ARPs. I think I could have knocked out that Revenant. Oh, you didn't even notice I was shooting out your war driver with my
until I was at like 4 hull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think I got you all the way down to 4 on like the first turn.
You got me to 30 hull. Actually, no, that was on the second salvo, 30 hull.
Oh no! I meant when I was shooting your war drivers.
ARP shooting.
Yeah, the ARP shooting the war drivers. They took it straight from full to 4, I think, because I had the laser pointing helping out too.
And maybe the Scorching Battle would have gone better if you had the ARPs in there with their own laser pointers.
Maybe. I think it was mostly just... I think it would have gone a lot better if I'd held off firing the ARP missiles until I knocked out the war driver. That way both salvos could have fully knocked out one of those Revenants. You would have only had 1 Revenant instead of 2.
Oh yeah. That's another reason why I keep one of those things back.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I mean, you only had... That one was down to, like, 30 or whatever. And I probably should have just fired all the guided missiles at the Revenant. Like, I had... The first salvo I fired at one of the Cerberus. That obviously didn't end up doing me any good, really. And then...
Yeah,
I fired 1 salvo at the Argos, because I thought you might be able to get away. And I should have just gone ahead and fired it at the Revenant as well. Just because if I knocked it down to 1 Revenant, 1 Revenant from below is not a threat to that fleet.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the Jupiter does not care.
Oh, definitely.
Like, it's gonna hurt, but it will survive that fight.
I'm not one that's quite good enough with my maneuvering to stay in that 200-meter gap.
It's really stupidly hard. Like, honestly, I mean, I guess in that case, since you had already won the fighter battle, it's worth trying to do, but if you haven't already won the fighter battle, I don't think it's worth trying to do, really. I think it's more important to stay in the gun arc that you want to be in. You know, stay in the rear arc or whatever.
Yeah. Although Battlestar Artillery will from a Jupiter will hit anything at all arcs.
Yeah, I mean, and there is
unless if
that.
you're like directly to the rear, and it's just trying to hide in that sort of shadow zone because of the bad firing arcs. But even then, that's a really tough spot to hide in.
But
not
I mean,
quite as exploitable as that of a Kratos.
Even if that is what you're doing, though, like just using the fact that your light guns don't have a gun range penalty, you know, and your heavy guns have better overall accuracy.
You have better initial accuracy and less overall range brackets.
Right. Well, and the fact that they're heavy guns making, I guess that's what you meant by better initial accuracy. And of course, you know, you have a size advantage of being a smaller ship in terms of accuracy as well. Makes a nice bit of difference for you.
Sure. Two very crucial mistakes I made.
Yeah.
Thinking I was going to lose a fighter battle, and not realizing those meshes.
Yeah. Accidentally ramming those two. That was painful. So let's see. We've got some time.
So that one's still a bit of a work in progress, I think. Unless if that's an unavoidable thing with multiplayer.
Is yours up as a view on demand already?
Yeah, I've already got the replay.
All right, let's do the replay from your perspective.
I actually have the highlight.
Switch over to the 4K screen here.
Oh, yeah, I didn't actually record a replay.
Well, it should have the view
because I realized,
on demand.
oh crap, I didn't get. Yes, I do have that. Because I realized, oh crap, I forgot the feed screen. Quick, go and get it from the stream view on demand.
Oh, and actually, you know what?
The highlight, wasn't it?
I do want to make sure I get my screen cap real quick here.
And I'll send you the highlight. This keyboard's not plugged in. Just quickly came upstairs because my parents came home mid-game. Which was part of the reason why I've been so quiet.
That's fair, yep. Have you updated your driver for NVIDIA, by the way? Lately?
I think I use NVIDIA.
Oh, you don't use... Oh, you have an AMD graphics card?
Oh, that... Oh. I thought you were talking about streaming software.
Well, I assume you're using OBS, but you should still
Yes.
update the NVIDIA driver. That should fix how your cursor will show up black. Because I noticed when I was reading through the patch notes the other day that they patched that how mouse cursors will show up black.
I didn't even know that was a glitch.
Yeah, that's a glitch. It's...
If that was, I really would not have noticed that at all.
That's fair.
Prefer dark colors anyway. I just don't like bright light in general.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. Like when I first noticed it on your stream when I was watching it the other day, and I was like, oh, that actually looks pretty cool. And then I realized later that it like, oh, wait a minute, that's a glitch.
But it still looks cool, so perhaps that should be an option.
Right.
Turn it into a feature, just a little toggle.
It's a feature, not a bug.
It's a feature, not a bug. Ignore the fact that sometimes it's there when you haven't even enabled it. Feature. Well, then I guess you just call that a buggy feature.
Yep.
Sending back. Odd. Because for some reason it says he's still online, but I have a feeling that's just him leaving his computer on.
That's fair. I have to admit your squadron splits between grouping 1 and 2 are weird to me.
For me, it's not at all, because it means that if once I kill the squadron, it's just less splitting, I suppose, because it's just more focus fire for a longer period of time.
No, I just mean like for me when I'm doing my squadrons into groups, I'll generally do it as a stack as one group.
Yeah.
Whereas you've got like some from each stack as a group, and that's just like what?
Oh yeah, I generally even it out, so you have 3 Mark 1s and Mark 0s in each group, but I split it off from each ship because I'm weird.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's
It's
from what I
like
used to play
what?
Colonials when there would be only like 2 fighters instead of 3.
Yeah. Yeah, whereas for me like I'd have one whole, the left Argos and the left Cerberus would be one grouping of fighters, and the right Argos and the right Cerberus would be the other grouping of fighters. Yeah, I really think my biggest mistake there was letting that fighter battle happen. I should have just pulled them off. They hadn't actually entered
Oh yeah,
gun range of each other. I would have way outrun you.
oh definitely.
I mean, it worked out, but
Like I saw you, yeah, because that made me think I was going to lose the squadron battle. Oh
yeah,
god, yeah.
yeah, it did work out.
Misinformation is one of the most powerful things because if someone's making decisions based on the wrong information, if that information isn't similar enough to the truth, things are going to go very wrong.
Yeah. And I guess what happened is you just like went, oh, I'm losing the squadron battle. I need to dive in with my Argos now. Was kind of your thought process.
You like just start doing damage to the fleet itself.
Yeah, and do a burn rush.
Then I won the squadron battle. And then I was like, this is not going to go well.
Yeah.
And the jump is on cooldown.
Right. Yeah. I was like, oh, he just jumped in. Sweet. Close. I wish you'd gotten even really a little bit closer on that first jump because you were just outside my gun range still, of course. I still had to close with you some, and I was like, oh man, he's gonna be able to jump right over the top of me
I
on the
would
next
say
jump.
I'm glad I didn't, but it wouldn't really mattered all that much either way.
No, because of course, even if you'd gotten over my Jupiter's flag, the missiles would have been hitting the Atlas. Whatever.
Yeah. Getting over your Jupiter's flag would mean that and above the Atlas means that the Battlestar artillery is going to have issues hitting them.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, like, for the turns where I'm still waiting on your.
And then you can just close in with your escort stack.
Are ARPs faster or slower than
Slower
Raiders?
than regular Raptors.
What about Raiders?
Oh, yeah, definitely slower.
Are they? Okay.
Actually, the same speed.
Are they the same?
Ones.
Okay. So I could have fired my missiles there and then run away. And gotten away
the
with a strike.
Prototypes are just as slow as ARPs. Although Mark 1's 360. They outspeed every colonial squadron that isn't a Viper Mark 2 or a Taipan. Yeah, I don't exactly run 4K, although I also don't stream in my max resolution, apparently.
So normally, the max bitrate that a free subscription to Twitch will give you is only enough for a 1080p stream. So, like,
I was at
it
for some
doesn't
reason I was at
actually.
a 1280 by 720.
Yeah,
Don't ask me
with
how.
720p. Which I notice is what I'm currently streaming this Slytherin group at. I'm not quite sure why. I'll have to fix that for the finals or the next time I stream with them. And
Yeah, you'll
also
definitely
double check that when I'm streaming on mine, it's 1080. Last time I looked on mine, it's showing 1080, and the profile I use for Slytherin group is supposed to be a copy of the one I use for mine, so it should be 1080, but it's not. So I'm gonna have to fix that.
Yeah, we currently already have a bit of a tournament winner already, although it's just not technically official yet because I don't think anyone in Hydra Group is going to challenge you. Except maybe Ginger, and he got knocked out first round. And the guy who took out Ginger also got knocked out. I think it's Mr. Penguin Man. Ah, Memphis. Yeah. I don't think I've ever played Robot Penguin, but I generally see him winning a lot of games, so I know he's good. And I have played him before, and he's good. Yes, that's just the case with you in general, though.
Well, I do try. I
Yeah.
try hard.
The only time I usually don't even try against you, I just usually bring some stupid fleet like the 7 Genesis.
Yeah, that's fair.
Finally get serious and two big mistakes.
Yep. Man. And I was thinking I should, before I went into that, I was like, oh man, I'm probably going to be able to do this fighter strike and just run away and get away with it. I should have done that, man. I should have done that. Yeah, you are definitely outside the range.
Oh
Like
yeah, no, I was.
that war driver that's in front there might have range, but like a war driver does so little damage. Like I could have handily pulled all the way back.
The only thing that the war driver really could have done is lower your speed.
Well, that's the thing though.
If he can
It won't.
manage to get into
It's
jamming range,
it's
which he
the
probably
same
wouldn't
speed
have.
as a Viper 2, so it wouldn't have gotten in range
Yes.
to do the jamming. It would have been 2 squadrons going poke, 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 poke. And you actually got kind of unlucky. Obviously, you couldn't see it at this point, but the squadrons you were shooting at was 2 of the Atlas squadrons and 1 of the Berserk squadrons. So you actually ended up trying to shoot
Honestly,
out the ones with the highest evasion starting.
that explains how things went, and
Yeah.
partially why I thought I was going to lose that.
Yeah. Because you started out shooting the hardest things to shoot at. And it meant that I just
Which honestly
had
isn't
the
the
advantage
worst thing in the
very
world
early
if
on.
that's the turn you have the war driver up.
Yeah. But of course,
So long as you let them
you had
live,
that war
worst they're
driver
going
on
to get.
point, and I was able to just pick it off. And the other one was like, well, I guess I'll just pick that up with the ARPS.
Yeah, that was not something I was expecting. But I also was at the same time. I just wasn't paying enough attention. But
Yeah. But I mean, 3 ARPS is more firepower than you
I
get out of
definitely got really
a squadron of Viper 2s. Squadron of Viper 2s is 8 fighters, 3 ARPs is 9 fighters.
But they have different guns though. They have different
It's
guns though.
you. I don't know what the rate of fire difference is, if any, but the damage
I think
is the
it's mainly
same.
an accuracy difference.
Yeah, you do. The Viper 2s, of course, have one range bracket, whereas the ARPs do have 2. But they're slower, which means they actually stay, in a given run, they stay on target longer. And of course, they have the tail guns, so as soon as they turn around, they start shooting again as well, at least for a little while, until they get all the way out. I like how you thought about repairing your hangar off the the 1 point there.
But I was like, no, it's only 1 damage, so I take it off.
I probably would have gone ahead and repaired it, just because it will repair so quickly. But I got that and I was like, whatever, I'll take it. A little bit of evasion reduction.
I didn't take any other hangar damage at that point, so.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
And it was also would have been such a slight amount of evasion, if any.
Yeah.
Actually, it wouldn't have been any evasion because I didn't have my hangar fully powered.
Yeah, and I think your stats are, well, they're not based purely on how much power you put in, because if you're at 0 power, even if you've got some squadron health, you'll still be at some. Yeah, you're like, oh crap.
Actually, no, I don't get any evasion at 0 hangar.
No,
that's just
any.
Like how even at 0 power, I can still actually use my weapons.
Right, that's what I mean. Is so there's some you get just purely on the health of the item, of the subsystem.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little surprised my ARPS managed to get your war driver down that quick, though.
Yeah, so was I.
Because I assume the Serbs are, full powered hangars, so it had some evasion, but I guess it was just a matter of
ridiculously squishy
war drivers are. Yeah, because they're 24 at full, I think. 24 health.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I only did 20 health total, which actually isn't all that much. It's just, they're squishy. It wasn't fighting back, so it wasn't,
And it probably balances out to around 20 hull for a capital ship, between the evasion and their damage reduction.
Yeah, and I mean, that's basically.
It would be more on a capital ship because of just hitting more often.
Well, yeah. But that worked out so well. I'm curious to see how many of the ART missiles hit on the second salvo, because I know that's where I really knocked your health down. Oh no, I didn't. I finished killing it first. I set a bunch of different focus fires, and then I fired off the missiles, letting them come home. That way, all the missiles would hit on your top armor, and that worked out real well for me. Yeah, you're already down to 6 at this point in the fight. 6 squadrons.
Oh yeah, I went down that quick, but once you started losing squadrons, my guns really started taking over.
Yeah,
my squadron.
And I think if you hadn't, if you hadn't started diving in with the Argos, I'm still not sure that you would have won. If you pulled away with the Argos instead of climbing with my light ships, I would have dived, and they'd have been able to bring their guns to bear in on your 2 Revenants. And I think that may have still ended up costing you this just the same. I don't know. I may have ended up having you either way at this point.
Well, we're assuming me being competent, so.
Yeah.
So who knows? I might pull something up about.
That's true. Well, and I mean, 2 Revenants is still definitely a significant threat for 2 Adamants and 2 Berserks, especially with the missiles raining down from the Argos.
Yeah. That would have been a constant thing. Just.
Obviously, some of the missiles would have gotten shut down, but.
Yeah, what I was expecting to happen was the salvo gets, if like say you launch 2 PCMs at once, the first salvo gets completely absorbed by the by both PCMs, but you only had one at a time.
Yeah, no, I very carefully did that because I have had just both PCMs get wasted for the same munition so many times. Wow, did you really repair your tech bay? Huh.
There's not any reason not to. Sure, at that point, not a reason to, but it's just more of an OCD thing.
That's fair.
Oh, this is not one.
Your lack of Dratus range was really painful for you here.
Oh, it's always been painful, yeah. But I play around that.
Especially for a balanced fleet that relies on its missiles so much. I don't know that that's a price I'd be willing to pay.
Yeah, it's just if I add in Dratus, I lose the balance.
Well, I mean, I think you could do a lot if you were to swap out one of the Revenants for a Talon, and use the extra points for some fighter upgrades.
It's something I thought about, but I couldn't be bothered. I just like it too much.
I think it would have made a huge difference here because you'd have had a lot of Dratus range. You end up with the same number of light guns,
It gets
more light
an
guns.
extra 8,007. No, you get less.
Is a Revenant 6 light
Revenants
guns?
have a broadside of 6.
Okay, so you lose
Talons
one
have
light
5.
gun, but I mean,
And the heavy guns.
Yeah, and the heavy guns. But for winning the fighter battle, it's mostly the light guns doing the work. And certainly, I mean, that would get you, what, like 4 fighter upgrades? So that's another 16 fighters and
It get me
across
about
those
3.
Well, is it? Well, so the Talon, of course, is, well, it's like 810 points with its squadron upgrade, isn't it?
I gain 200 points, and then the upgrade
And a
is
squadron.
4.
So you can get 3 squadrons upgraded, starting with the one on the Talon and then probably one on each Argos. But that's still 12 more fighters, and now you've, well, 12 more fighters just in the upgrades, plus those 3 squadrons are faster and will fight better, and you've got a whole nother squadron as well.
Oh yeah, this is something we've discussed before. Like you had a thought of just changing out both Talons.
Yeah,
Or,
I mean,
or both Revenants for Talons.
At least one anyway, though. I can definitely see keeping one Revenant around because obviously it does a lot for you in terms of giving you guns.
I have an issue being stubborn though.
Yeah, that's fair.
So especially if I get say a suggestion from what's going to be my upcoming opponent.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
I'm ridiculously stubborn sometimes. I will sacrifice my own fun out of stubbornness, and I generally do stuff for fun. So partially shows that.
I wasn't too worried about losing that fighter battle just because I had, all of my light stack, which just tears up squadrons so badly, and I had my ARPs left. Like, I had the part of my squadrons that actually dealt, capital ship damage. They were still hanging around. And that's what I needed to be able to really knock out your Argos.
Oh yeah.
Like the Vipers obviously will work a number, but for something like taking on the Argos, if I can catch up to you enough to make the rearmament time on my ARPs pretty short, that's definitely what I want to go with, just because the ARP missiles will all hit the same facing and, I'll end up doing a lot more damage. I'm kind of surprised once you were winning the fighter battle, you didn't go straight to pulling the Argos back. Like, your Argos will outrun the Atlas and Jupiter.
That's because I realized it quite a bit away.
Yeah. But I mean,
Like,
I'm on this turn, the like second or the last turn there where you're winning the fighter battle. You know, like I'm on my last squadron, and you're not fully turning around your Argos.
Oh no, I think I go back to adjust stats. Yeah.
And it's just like, ooh, you should have been like at the point at which you had me at 2 would have been the point at which I was like, nope, we're out. Running away is so much
I
the
just
most important
didn't
thing.
realize in time.
Yeah.
That was the biggest issue.
Oh, you don't use the right click and fire all munitions?
No. I realized later on that I'm doing this all against the same ship, so I might as well multi-select them and do it like that. Pretty quicker.
Yeah.
But I'm not very smart, you see.
I thought I'd have to do a little more fighting to tear up your squadrons, but they cleaned up even easier than I was expecting to. I guess that's because you depowered your hangar on your 2 Argos, didn't you?
No?
Well, one of them had no hangar, I guess.
One of them died.
Yeah. No, so right now I'm at the turn where your squadrons are catching up to my 2 Adamants and 2 Berserks. And at that point, your 2 squadrons that are at high health are on the Argos that has no hangar left. And just died, actually.
Oh yeah, that was annoying.
I was annoyed that I'd let that the your 1 squadron that was at super low health on the Cerberus got away. But then your Revenants ended up wrecking, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's. There were some points where I had a chance, and then I just said no. I don't want to have a chance.
I think I'm on like the turn before you do the order that is fatal. Adamant's having their engineering on both left and right broadsides is so painful. Like, they're such nice ships, but that is such a big weakness for them.
Considering how good the ships are, that is a fair weakness.
Oh yeah, no, like I'm not complaining or saying they need a buff or anything. Just like
because it sounded like you complaining.
no, it's just a comment. Like that is so brutal for them. Oh, is this? I think this is the turn. Where, okay, no, you're still moving to the left, but you're strafing right. So this must be the turn before, I think. But you're still diving with your Serbs instead of climbing to engage. I would have expected you to just go ahead and climb and engage with them at this point. I guess you do have the one that's still trying to repair its squadron.
Like, eventually I just got to a certain point where, like, yeah, I'm not winning.
Yeah, I just like
it was mainly just with
we're
those
still at the
Revenants.
turn before your Revenants have collided, so like you still have a shot at this.
It's just
point.
kind of an instinctual thing with diving.
Yeah.
Because with the that only 2 of each ship limitation, diving's not as important anymore.
Wow, so so let me back this up here. So you're not even turning right, you're strafing right.
Yeah.
But in turning left.
It's not the.
Oh man, they had just been so close to each other. Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, I've had a similar thing with the Cerberus, except they weren't even turning; they were just strafing.
Yeah.
Because Because there's a certain point where the mesh is there, but not actually not even the visual model is.
Well, so if you go back,
And there's
if you
also
decide
a
to
bit of
go
that
back and look
mid-turn
at it
crash.
On stream from my perspective, and when I'm doing the replay, you can see the nose really does bump the engine nozzle of the front one.
Yeah.
It's
what annoys
definitely
me
a
is that was.
collision, but yeah, no, like you issued that order and thought nothing of it, and it was just like, nope, here you go. I did, but that's yeah. I mean,
I've never really had issues with those ones either.
yeah. No, I definitely had it. That's one of the reasons there's so much space between my Atlas and Jupiters as it is. Like there's enough space you
Just
can
so
get
they don't
Celestra
crash.
drones between them. But yeah, I've had it where just over the course of the match, even though I've been using the Atlas to do the actual movement orders, the slight
Because there's a slight bit of a inertial
variations,
drift.
they don't. Well, there's even just a slight bit of drift and things don't. Did your? Oh, this is the art missiles. Just that slight variation in the multi-move, not perfectly lining things up. Just that slight variation over the course of a game can cause it
It
to
is
drift close enough
deadly.
to each other. Yeah, that
It's
even
fatal.
though the match, the game doesn't tell you they're going to collide, because things have gotten out of sync, they do end up colliding. And so I just like, nope, we're just going to leave some more space as if I had Celestra drones. Because it costs you matches, man. It's painful.
Which, as shown, it does.
Yeah.
Look, I know that my formation's really close because I don't actually have enough space to fully jump on both of my. I don't have enough space to fully turn both of my Argos from where they are. They were
yeah, that's too
so
close.
I used the jump to sort that out by just having the other one not jump quite as far.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I'm a little
It's just the whole
surprised you have them
symmetry
jump
thing.
the same direction. Like, you're the only person I know, I think, that jumps the Argos the same direction. Everybody else I know, you split the Argos up so that munitions are coming from multiple directions and you can't flak them both.
Well, from my point of view, they're getting above the flak anyway.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing the long game of getting above the flak, it doesn't end up mattering, but...
Oh yeah, no, that fleet is the long game defined.
And I guess to be fair, since you don't have any Dre's range to fire missiles until you're, above the flak or nearly above the flak, it makes less of a difference. And staying together does make it easier for your revenants to provide cover.
Yeah. It's a bit pretty much that fleet was accidentally basically me slapping my Raid Mania fleet and Waggle's fleet together. Which is where the first one came from, that it didn't have any upgrades whatsoever. And just sucked. But I already had made this fleet up that didn't have the Nemesis, and again had fighter upgrades. So I'll see how this goes. And I think I actually did make the 2 Talents instead of Revenants fleet, but then stubbornness kicked in.
I like that one broken missile on your that's chasing my adamant. It did actually break.
And then there's another 2 on your oh I know. And then there's another 2 on your Jupiter by the end of it.
Oh, are there? Nice. Yeah, the
I've had it so much worse though. I've had like half the missiles that I've intercepted just be there. Which was the most I had was against Ginger Soup, where it was just missiles circling and circling and circling on both ends because he was the host, which gave me this lovely red color.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, it was also basically the fleet that hey, Red Mania actually kind of fucking works.
Nice.
Don't mean to swear there.
Yeah, my only real problem with it is that squadrons with defend orders will still go after those missiles. They'll still try. Yes, they will still try and intercept them.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, it's like, oh no. Which, I mean, most of the time it doesn't matter. But, that once in a while.
Yeah, that explains it because I was relying
You know what's
by
interesting
Raid
about that,
Benefleet
though?
with its
I'm looking at
15
this. I just
Mark 1
fired a
Raiders
PCM out of my
heavily
Adamant.
relies.
The PCM did not go off on that missile. Which is interesting because that means that the game uses
It
different
was already
checks
intercepted.
for. Yeah, the game uses different checks for fighters and PCMs. That actually is a good suggestion.
It kind of makes perhaps both checks should be used for both of them. And if one says that something's not there, neither of them activates. It just do anything. Just as like a redundancy thing. Or there's the option of getting a third check in there, and then that way they have a system of
You know
their
what, though?
checking
It
2
might
or
be
3
that
and
my
the majority
PCM didn't
wins.
go off for your missile because on my screen the missile had already impacted. That might be what.
Yeah, and you being the host.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's
Because
your two
sometimes
missiles
you'll have
circling my Jupiter.
yeah, it's really annoying for me because like
I
because
just
I just see
all
they're
of
like,
those.
oh, there's still missiles chasing up, and then
Yeah.
the next turn they're still there. Like, oh, these. That's
All
just
of
going
the
to annoy me
circling
just by them
missiles
being
are
there.
destroyed. They, you just gotta ignore them.
But yeah, I've had a game. I've always had a game. I've almost lost a game because of that once, which was against Ginger Soup. Because
I've
my
had.
raiders kept intercepting the ones that had already been intercepted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because when you're dealing with large amounts of missiles on both sides, it
Oh, it makes a
tends
huge
to
difference,
happen.
especially for something like Raiders, where they have such a hard time intercepting anything anyway.
Yeah.
Like, the last thing you want is them circling, trying to get a missile that's not even doing anything. Probably doing more damage to your ships anyway, just with the misses against the missiles.
Friendly fire, yeah.
Probably end up
And
doing more
every
damage
shot
than.
against the missile was a miss. It was they mainly did this when they were still coming in though, so I just wasn't having as many missiles that should be intercepted get intercepted.
Yeah.
Like it's also made the day I realized, holy crap, Raiders are bad at intercepting missiles.
Oh, they're so bad at it. Like, if you just
because
throw a crap
with
ton
like
of them,
10 Raiders, 10 high health Raider squadrons,
you can intercept
against
one
like
or two
even
salvos, and that's it. Yeah, it's
no,
bad.
not even a full, not even one salvo. Like against like a base star and 2 Argos worth of missiles every salvo.
Oh, I mean like
going
a
down to
single
just a base
munition
2
slot.
Argos.
A single munition slot when I say a salvo. So like a single guided missile. Firing.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh yeah. No.
So like the 6 or the 4 or 5 missiles you can get out of Colonials or what do you get out of Cylon guided missiles?
It's far.
Like
it's
8, 10, something
Cylons
like that.
gets Cylons gets 6 to 9
Was it 6
depending
to
on
9?
like.
So
like the minimum isn't actually 6, but that's like with the generally what you get with the default. Actually, no, I think
right,
it's 5
if you're on like
with the
100% fire control.
On 100%, it's 9. Yeah. Well,
not
Colonials only get
max, because then you're at like 130% or whatever.
Yeah, at max, you get 9. At default you get 6, and 6 or 5 or 6. It depends on the ship.
Well, I think the salvo stack or the salvo size is 6. So anything short of that, and it's because you didn't power your fire control to at least 100%, if not higher.
Oh yeah, you should always be doing that, and like every
right
Cylon ship will get 9. While Colonials, they can only get a 5 out at most, and that's with a Janus.
Yeah.
Because not something everyone realizes about the Janus, it actually has a bigger overall salvo size.
Yep. Which goes a long way to helping make sure its damage is not as much lower compared to the Ranger. I mean, it's still something like a half.
It's burst damage. It's just burst. It's got overall more damage potential easily.
Yeah.
Because it's got an entire extra missile's worth. But the sustained damage isn't as bad as you might think, because you can batch what an Ranger is. Like you can fire one munition slot every like one and another, take a turn break, then you can fire another two, then take a turn break.
Right.
So you can get pretty close to the sustained fire, and shooting that extra missile, eventually over time, it just overtakes the ranger's damage.
I love how close you bring your camera in on this to look at different ships. Like mine, I'm
Oh no, I
so
like
far away.
shoving my camera inside the model.
Oh yeah, no, it's nice.
It's a different perspective. It's also a good sign of how bad my tunnel vision is sometimes.
That's fair, yeah. Well, everyone, we are just about at the end of this replay here. Thank you again, everyone, for joining us. My name is Sergeant Z-Dog. I am a frequent streamer of Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, and you can follow me on my Twitch channel if you would like. If you would like to join us in the official Battlestar Galactica Deadlock Discord, hit the other link that's in the chat there. If you haven't already followed Slytherin Group, you should follow them now. They produce lots of good games, not just Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, though it's definitely the best and you should get it.
It is
my
a good
opponent
game.
here has been Forthiel. He is Griffin
Hello.
Space here in game.
I'm an
This was
streamer.
yes, indeed. This was the one half of the semifinals for the official Battlestar Galactica Deadlock tournament. I know the Memphis versus Robot Penguin will be next weekend. I think they're going to try and do all three matches. Don't know if I'll be streaming that or if it will be one of them streaming that, but you can probably look forward to seeing that match as well here on the Slytherin Group's channel. And then, of course, you can definitely look forward to seeing the finals, probably hosted by me, when that comes out. You launched your fighters here at the end. Oh, I didn't even notice. So yeah, you can definitely look forward to seeing the finals from myself and whoever will be on the other side, whether that's Robot Penguin or Memphis, in probably 2 weeks. Probably be again on the weekend, might be Friday, but stay tuned for more. And we're going to go ahead and just watch the last bit of this stream here.
They'll also probably have me joining for that when the final comes up, just joining the voice chat.
All right, well, we'd be happy to have you. Alrighty then. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us, and this is Sergeant Z-Dog signing off.